because I heard you talking.
Okay, let me go. Okay, I'm gonna wait till Andrew come in. Good evening. Let me see before I call to order. Okay. I'd like to call the October 12th, 2022 meeting of the Reading ARPA Advisory Committee to order, because we have a member on Zoom. I want to take attendance now by voice call. So I'll start with the people here and then go to Zoom. I think we expect a couple more members to arrive. There's a lot of meetings going on tonight. So Tom Wise.
Here.
Chris Haley.
Here.
Andrew Grimes.
Here.
Jeffrey Coram.
Yeah.
Sean Brandt.
Here.
Okay, thank you. And Mary Ann Downing here. So we're hoping this is going to be the last of our meetings. This is our 12th meeting, in case the audience has not been keeping track and following us with great excitement. So we're hoping to close out our final recommendations tonight. I just called to order, so you can say you're
Here.
here. Thank you, Mark. All right, thank you.
Sorry.
So Joe McDonough is the only member not here yet, and maybe he's going to be arriving shortly. We have one member on Zoom. So,
And there's Joe.
and there is Joe. Good evening, thank you. So our agenda tonight is, we do have one more presentation after public comment, which will be some additional information from the town about the list of the water and sewer projects coming up for the next bunch of years. And I think the town engineer is going to be presenting that. Yes. Then we're going to dive into the hard stuff with hopefully a vote and continued discussion on the possible ARPA allocations for premium pay, and what we finalized in the model, what we've learned. Hopefully Sean and Tom got all the information they needed. Then we will move on to what would be another big allocation, would be if we decide we're going to allocate any money and what amount to water sewer funding. And given that premium pay and water sewer are both large amounts, I mean, if we're discussing them together and balancing between the two, that's likely to overlap, knowing this group. And then when we're done with those, I guess I can say if there's money left, and I think we're probably planning on it, we're going to briefly revisit the pending private requests that we got from, I'll call them nonprofit groups, the Chamber of Commerce, the Rotary, the Garden Club, and the First Congregational Church. And only the First Congregational Church hadn't presented to us, but the packet includes their request. And that may or may not use up all the RAC money. Maybe we're going to leave it on the table, but I do have time in there if the group has any discussions or any ideas for remaining money or any proposals. It all kind of depends on how the other votes go. After that, and hopefully that doesn't take long, since we're hoping this is the last meeting, the town manager has requested that we present to town meeting, or that we at least include a summary to town meeting of what we did. And in our packet, or actually a post packet, this is a draft memo. I came up with a few pages summarizing what we did, and that it will reference our spreadsheet, or possibly, I think Joe McDonough made a great suggestion to me that town meeting might appreciate some kind of pie charts or simple to read graphs to kind of show this is where the money went versus a detailed laundry list. We can all debate that. We can mark up what I've done, add things, take things away. I didn't really want it to be much longer than that. We have minutes to approve, and then just a discussion on how we close out the ad hoc RAC, and I'm going to rely on my vice chair, who probably has more experience with this, because we will still have to, at some point in the future, approve the meetings, the minutes of this meeting, which maybe could be done via a 10-minute Zoom meeting and not a formal meeting, and hopefully we don't need to then approve the meeting minutes of that. Like, I'd like to know, the process, it gets recursive, it has to end. So that's where we're going tonight. Hopefully it's going to be earlier than our adjourn time, but we came this far, and I'm very thankful to all of you for coming this far and putting in the time. And I know we want to go out and finish it on the best note. So before I get to the presenter this evening, is there any public comments? And Jackie, is there any public comment on Zoom? I don't see any hands raised, but you're muted. Or I can't hear you.
She's not muted, but she's, there we go.
There you go.
Okay. Yeah, there's really no one from the public on Zoom.
Okay. So I guess we will move right into the enhanced presentation on the water capital projects, and I think that's Ryan Percival is going to present. Thank you, Ryan.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you for having me tonight. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm just, Jackie, do I have permission to share? Thank you. Just bear with me, I'm going to share my screen here. Can everyone see that?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, excellent.
And it matches
So-
what we have in the packet.
So this is a very short and brief sort of look on the water side of the water and sewer improvements. I can certainly go over the sewer improvements. We're focusing more on the water capital improvements. Generally speaking, there's about 20 million out there right now for both water and sewer capital improvements, just bringing us out to, I believe, 2024-ish. Part of that is the downtown sewer replacement that we did on Haven Street, along with some of the lining work we did on Washington Street. Both have been completed, and we have some sewer I&I work that we do annually, funded through the MWRA loan interest loan grant program. So those are the two projects that are out there right now that have been completed. One is in the process of starting construction, and the other that's sitting out there is the Sturgis Park sewer pump station, also awarded, just waiting for supplies to come in. We've been waiting for almost a year on that project to start because we have supply chain issues. So what we're focusing tonight on the discussion is the water capital improvements project. And so the first slide that you have here is really just a breakdown of what we're really just going to go through in the next 3 slides. And you have the total project cost of the 3 projects that we're going to talk about: the downtown water improvements, which you all can see that are happening right now on Main Street. That's the start of it. We have the Gazebo Circle booster pump station, very important project that also was authorized by town meeting, but yet to be awarded. And then also the lead removal program. So I think three big projects that are one started and 2 that are in the process of beginning. And then you can see that we have that total cost somewhere around 10.2 million. We have the town funds that are currently funding them, and you can see based on what we have and some added additional work, and we'll break that down, the ARPA request for somewhere around 1.5 million. The slide that you see here, and I tried, we'll go through this one. This was probably the most difficult one to explain, but we'll go through it. I have everything on here, so if it's confusing, please stop me. If you want to, you can just ask questions after this slide, or we can just get through the other 2 and then ask at the end. What you see here, basically on the left-hand side are our project costs that we projected out. Some of them on the top that we see are the awarded contract from base bid plus alternate 1. And we set this contract up a little bit differently, knowing that we had problems with pricing, volatility, supply chain issues, and things like that. We set up as a base bid in alt 1 and alt 2. We only were allowed to, or able to, award up to alternate 1. And that was based on the funding that we had available of 4.3 that was authorized by town meeting. Now, we only have a small amount of money to take us through contingency and police, as you can see, out of that 4.3. So under subsequent town meeting in November, we are requesting for an additional 1.5 million through the MWA local water system assistance program. And then again, we're going to be also asking an April town meeting a transfer for previously borrowed funds. So funds weren't expended to all the way on the Main Street cleaning and lining project. So we're going to be transferring those over to this project, which is an equal project. So there's no cost there. It's just already borrowed. We might as well use it. So what we did is we projected out 10% contingency. We also projected out the police price. We used 10% for that. And we projected also out an additional engineering construction administration for the remainder of the project. And that brought us out to 5.4 million. Now, additionally, we have alternate 2, which we had talked about. Very critical pipe jacking. We're basically jacking a pipe that goes underneath the railroad over near Woburn Street. Now this is important because it's a critical infrastructure. At any point, we have a main that is under there on Woburn Street. It's a little undersized, but also is also old. It's turn of the century. And
Last century.
Century. And we're jacking that underneath the railroad near the parking lot. So that's critical in the sense that we're doing a little bit of a risk management scenario here. We're trying to reduce the amount of potential for us to have a failure under the tracks that we cannot basically fix because we don't have a carrier pipe there. So that's one reason. The other reason is that it is going to bring in better hydraulic capacity into the downtown area. So this currently is not funded under what we have for town meeting. And you can see we projected that out with the same methodology for the contingencies in the police. And you have that subtotal of 1.1, which brings us up to 6.5. So if you do the quick math on that from what we have in funding, we have a shortfall of about 420 or 500,000. Would you like me to move on to the next one, or any questions?
I think moving on, and we can ask at the end, maybe the best
Absolutely.
thing.
Sure. These next two will go actually a little quicker. So Gazebo Circle, Booster Station, again, authorized by town meeting for 1.1. Now what we're seeing in the market right now is extremely volatile construction costs, not only based on supply chain issues, but just supplies in general, and also labor shortages. So when we went through and we finished up the design after we had town meeting authorization, we ran a new engineering estimate based on what we know and what we can project from when we go out to bid. That revised construction estimate is sitting at 1.4. We added contingency onto that, we added police onto that, and we had construction administration from the engineering. And you can see that we're sitting at a cost somewhere around $2 million. That leaves us with a shortfall of about $800,000, $900,000. That would be the request to ARPA. Now this project is important in the fact that we'll be serving a portion of the community that has very low pressure for 2 reasons. One, it's not suitable for just domestic use, but also more importantly, there's low fire flow, and this is in the Gazebo Circle area. And they're currently not sprinklered, so higher fire flows are very important to have when we're dealing with a condition like that in that area. This will also serve a dozen or so homes in the area that have are seeing low water pressure, and also have the potential to serve a greater area in the future that also has lower water pressure. Also, out of this, we'll be increasing our capacity for SCADA, which is a computerized software that allows us to control these systems, but also upgrading the system that's in the current Berry Hill tank as it's still active, and then being able to expand and bring infrastructure in to that area to also help us improve public safety antennas in the future. And then on to the lead service removal program. For those of you who are not familiar with this, the EPA has mandated every city and town in the country to bring bring forth a program to remove all of the lead from their system based in services, so lead line services, full lead services, services that are made of cement line but have a lead gooseneck, which allows them to connect to the main. Reading's really on the front of this wave here. We finished our audit a couple years ago of our system. We have a very high percentage of confidence in that audit because we did it in-house. It was transferred over to a consultant who then went through and came up with a capital improvement plan. And what you see here is the first pilot of this removal, and the initial 1.5 million, as you can see, was authorized by town meeting. That is being funded through the MWRA lead pipeline program. And so that's a no interest loan program. We'll be utilizing that. Now, if we add an additional 20 services to what we potentially are going after for that million, we think that's about 200,000. We're not really sure where and how far that million will get us initially and how many services. We think somewhere between 70 to 100 services. But that essentially will take care of mostly all of our lead line services, excluding some of the goosenecks, which we have, I think, a few thousand. We also run a contingency on that, some police, construction administration. You can see that number is at 1.7. That roughly brings us to about 200,000 in an ARPA request. In total, if we go back to the initial slide, that's where you have that ARPA request total of 1.5 million, which was what the town engineer and I had looked at as a starting number for us to look for some additional money for this capital improvement.
Okay, I'll throw it to the board before I ask my own questions. Does anyone have something here?
Chris had his hand up.
Chris, go ahead.
Thanks, Marion. Thanks, Ryan. Two
And then I
questions.
see Sean wants to go.
The first being, I understand that the pandemic, supply chain, et cetera, obviously is causing spikes in everything. But how does Gazebo Circle double the cost? That just seems just completely out of whack with how everything else is supposed to, like, you know what I mean? Like, it goes from 1.1 to almost $2 million is a significant difference.
So what we're doing here, the contingency is a little bit higher than 10%. We're carrying that because of the unknown, what we're dealing with the booster station. A little bit different with the booster station than a lot of these underground projects that we have, is that this also coincides with a building. We're going to require an actually above ground building. So we're seeing costs that are higher than that. It's also sort of requiring electric, upgrades, infrastructure that's coming in, fiber optics to bring in. So there's a lot more components to, say, this project than you would see to, say, like the downtown water main, which is just basically either cleaning and lining the water mains or just replacing the out-of-date or undersized water mains. So that's why we're seeing those construction costs go up a little more. The booster pumps themselves have seen a drastic increase. Now, I can point to the fact that we have Sturgis Park that I mentioned earlier in this discussion, that we've awarded that contract about a year ago. We have yet to put a shovel in the ground. This is for a few reasons. One, because we have a very long lead time on the emergency generator that was supposed to be in. Two, the pumps themselves has just been such a really long lead time. That with freight and manufacturing, we're just seeing these such volatile numbers on stuff like this. So that's why you probably, it's a great question, Chris, because it is a big jump from all the other ones. But that's why you're seeing these numbers. And again, they probably, with the engineer's estimate there being so volatile, those numbers might be baked up a little bit more than where you would normally see. So I might be carrying a little bit more of a conservative number in that 1.4.
Yeah, because the way that I look at it is if town meeting approved 1.1 million, you kind of would assume that everything was built into that cost, all the fiber optic, everything that you mentioned. And the only thing that is really changing is the labor and the, acquisition cost for the pumps and all that stuff that you mentioned, but like double the amount just seems, like I said, it just seems way out of whack.
I mean,
So,
yeah, wasn't there a police budget in the original 1.1 million? So we should see it, I could expect a delta of, from 1.1 to 1.4 million construction, so an extra 300,000. I could see an extra 10% for contingency, 10% for police. But it looks like there was no police coverage in the original 1.1 authorized. Sorry, Chris.
no, it's a good, that's kind of where I'm heading, because if police, engineering, and contingency, obviously the number goes up, but if that wasn't included in 1.1, it seems like it should have been. Otherwise, none of the work could have got done.
No, that's true. It was included in the 1.1. When we bring these numbers to town meeting, we not only include the construction costs, we're including all the costs that you're seeing on the left-hand side. Now, on the left-hand side, what you're seeing is I did a breakdown, just so you can understand where these figures and where these costs are aligned. So if we pull a contingency, if we're trying to run a contingency on this 1.4, which I think they ran around 15%, I'm showing you that based on the engineering estimate. So that was baked into their engineering estimate. We're also carrying that police detail that was under there. The cost for construction, I can tell you from the initial estimate, went way up. And that's where you're seeing the cost
It might have been
increase.
easier if you saw the original exact
Yeah.
same breakdown.
Yep.
Okay, I saw Sean's hand up on
I
the
just
Zoom.
had one other.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Sorry,
Chris.
one other
thing.
quick one, hopefully. When it goes with the lead service removal program, is any of that money spent towards Killam? Fixing the lead situation over there?
No, that's school. This is specifically for lead service removals. There's different funding sources for allocation for removal of internal piping in schools. And so this is just specifically for residential and commercial lead services, particularly residential services.
Yeah, because I didn't want to have a new school that, you just spent the money to get rid of lead that was going to get rid of anyway.
Well, it might be the pipes feeding it
Yeah.
on the street.
Right, knowing that we have a school where we're gonna be replacing the school or rebuilding the school, we wouldn't go ahead and put an investment into that school for say,
Anything.
Exactly. And so it's safe the way it is now. So there's no need for us to even go in there and do anything, even in an emergency basis. So we wouldn't go ahead and do it and spend any of this money in that place. It wouldn't be a good way to spend money.
Thanks.
Okay, and now, can you, Sean?
Yeah, just a couple things. I echo Kristen and Dr. Farm's observations about that increase. I mean, if you back out police and the engineering piece, that implies that the sort of the core construction costs have actually more than doubled. Because I know that the cost for police coverage hasn't doubled, for instance. So, or I assume, I shouldn't say no, I assume. So I sort of share the same observation. I have two questions as well. One is, maybe it's three questions. Ryan, can you talk a little bit more? You mentioned it briefly, but what is the sort of public safety, opportunity that this provides for us as well? You said something about it.
Yes. But by providing infrastructure to this booster station, which we've worked with RMLD extensively on this, we brought in 3-phase. RMLD also had a redundancy issue up there for their 3-phase for gazebo circle. For whatever reason, there was some deficiencies in the supply there for that, and also for the pressure for the water whenever it was approved. And so by bringing the infrastructure for the 3-phase and having electrical sitting at this building, and then also having the fiber sitting at this building, we now have the ability and the opportunity to extend the fiber and some of the electrical from this building up the road to Bear Hill, reuse a cabinet that we're using at Auburn Street temporarily for public safety as that project's going on, and install public safety antennas on top of the gazebo, on top of Bear Hill tank. Now, this is important for a few reasons. There's need for it in that area. I won't go into detail of how extensive the need is, but there is need, from what I'm told, to have something there. So this brings in an opportunity for us to have that infrastructure in place if we do have this booster station. So it's just additional benefit, I would say, of bringing that infrastructure in for this booster station. On top of that, there's an extreme benefit to the gazebo circle area, and the fact that their fire flows are not entirely deficient, but very, very low.
Okay. Could that same infrastructure also support cellular carriers potentially? Is there an opportunity there that could come as a result of this as well? I don't know if it's in that area or not, given the...
I think not maybe from this booster station, because we would not feed from our booster station for something like that. But keep in mind, I did mention that RMLD has extended 3-phase power up into that area. So that, as part of this project, has also addressed a need or an issue in that area. So very easily that power could be pulled up into that area. I don't believe currently that site or Bear Hill is being looked at as an opportunity for cell tower. There is an RFP that's currently out, looking at the Stroud Avenue area and any other areas. And we did send out an RFI to identify some areas in town where potential carriers or cell tower companies were interested in. But this one in particular, as of right now, it's not on the table for that.
Okay. And then just quickly on the lead one, the way that I heard you talk about the additional services was that it was sort of like funding in anticipation of identifying services that we would remediate. Is that accurate? I'm just anticipating with the limited dollars that we have, and we've got obviously another large request on the table. We've reacted negatively to less baked proposals in some instances. So I'm just curious how you think about that.
No, that's a great question. And again, we're hoping for, we have an extensive list of where our lead is, what our lead is. Part of this initial 1.5 million that we're going to be doing is a public dashboard that makes it all public as far as where everything is, and it'll be interactive. So we know exactly where all these lead services are. We are anticipating, I believe, based on where some of these funds are going and the dashboard that we're creating, that we'll be able to get about 70 services. We're hoping a little bit more, but again, we have a little bit of volatility in there, not as big as some of these other projects. So we think that if we're able to bring in some more money from ARPA, we're able to hit potentially another 20 additional services right off the bat and remove those right out of the system. And what you'll see moving on forward throughout the years is this is going to be a capital program that we do every year, every other year, to remove the services in their entirety out of our system. And it'll be extensive cost to the town, but it is also mandated by the EPA. So that's sort of how we came up with this sort of thought process, is that if we were to receive any money, any funding from ARPA, we would first put it into the project that we currently have going on. Hopefully those contingency costs come down, and we're able to then go into the next project, and then whatever's left over, maybe it's more than 200,000 based on our contingencies and what we're carrying, and we don't hit as many unknowns, and we're able to do a lot more than this and put a big dent and big into our lead services, which would be a huge benefit to the town and to the residents. So that's sort of how the thought process went through. I know it's a little, like you said, seems a little vague, but there is some thought behind that as far as where we're going to be.
Okay, thank you.
So I had a couple of questions. Just as an overarching question, where a lot of these improvements are, a fair amount of what we're seeing is related to inflation and increased costs. I mean, if ARPA didn't cover this, is this something that it would be, obviously the upcoming town meeting can't be requested to say, well, we have a lot of free cash that can cover inflation, but can any of this wait till spring if ARPA wasn't able to help with all of this, but clearly you need more. Would this be something that would be a request made out of free cash in Springtown meeting? I mean, because there's a lot of areas where we're seeing inflation changing what town meeting thought they could allocate versus, pay for versus what is being able to be paid for.
So we can always ask for free cash, but historically, costs that are associated with water have been paid out of the enterprise fund,
Oh, okay.
right? So the two paths are essentially to keep kind of chipping away at the retained earnings, right? Or the equivalent of free cash in the enterprise fund. We focused exclusively on water because as we have been sharing in these meetings, the amount of retained earnings in the water enterprise fund in particular has been going down significantly. So in the last 2 years, probably, we've used over $2 million of
Right, I know
retained
that was
earnings.
the big water main. I mean, can you move free cash into the enterprise fund? Does town meeting do that ever?
So we legally, it is possible. So it is possible to put money into an enterprise fund. It is not legal to move money out of an enterprise fund. So once it's in the enterprise fund, it acts like a,
No, I know, like a revolving account.
Revolving account,
Yeah, I
exactly.
understand.
So legally, once free cash is certified, we can use it for anything we want. Historically, to my knowledge, has never been done here in Reading, and I've never seen it done anywhere else.
Yeah, no, I'm just thinking because of just inflation. I mean, town meetings being asked in other projects. So another question I have, and this is going to sound like a weird tangent, but with Gazebo Circle, I recall a few years back when we were hearing about Wakefield's Tarrant Lane project that's kind of right in the area, that there was concerns that that was impacting the water table in Reading, and was Reading going to be have any agreement with Wakefield to provide Tarrant Lane water? Is that all, is Tarrant Lane all definitely Wakefield water? That our Gazebo Circle isn't impacting that? Do you know the development I'm talking about, the little wedge of
Yes.
Wakefield?
Yeah, that's entirely fed by Wakefield.
Only Wakefield?
Wakefield brought a water main over the bridge there when Mass DOT was redoing the bridge.
That's what I thought.
And they're feeding Tarrant Lane. They needed to bring it in from Wakefield. They also have a deficiency in the other development behind there. So they need that main anyway. We're not feeding them at all, except for the ability to have an emergency interconnect at some point if Wakefield needs or we need an emergency interconnect in the future. So that's something that we would do with another community if we had a bordering water main there. But this does not feed or supply Wakefield.
Yeah, no, I didn't think it, I just didn't know if what we were doing. I think the residents, that was the time the residents all made everyone aware about their low water pressure problems when that came up, I think, and some of the traffic improvements that were coming up. I recall that's when that arose.
Yeah, Gazebo Circle has historically had, since it was constructed, to my knowledge, water pressure issues. So I believe that it was constructed late 80s, early 90s. I could be off on those dates, but they have historically on the top floors had very, very low domestic pressure.
Okay, does anyone, Tom, you have a question?
Just a small point of clarification. This is in addition to the 650,000 we've already done? You're not saying some of this is already covered for the 650,000? This is brand spanking new on top of that?
I will be frank and say that we brought into you everything that we could possibly have. So we will be happy with any amount that is allocated from the committee towards these very critical projects.
So that's a yes.
Yes,
in addition.
it does not, correct.
So that
Nothing to do with
650,000 has already been spent on other capital projects.
That's correct, yeah. The $650,000 paid for all capital items in our FY23 budget already.
appreciate that this was broken down too, such that if we're considering, okay, what can be done, it would be, you have numbers to say, well, you could completely take care of one of these things, or, you could split it up. Anyone else? Okay, down there, Joe, you haven't spoken yet.
Yeah, just really quickly, for the MRWA, like that free money, like the 200,000, it's not free, but at least you don't pay interest on it, right?
Exactly.
So what's the restrictions on that? Like, we can qualify for lead removal, or like what are the conditions? Can we get other money that way?
So that's a good question. They have multiple programs. The LWSAP program, which generally relates to any unlined water main, whether it's replaced, lined, taken out of service, anything like that. That's specifically what it's used for any unlined water main. And that's important for two reasons. One, it helps with our water age, but also more importantly helps increase our chlorine residuals throughout town, which increases our water quality. The other one that you're referring to is, I believe they refer to it as the LPP, which is the lead pipe program. That's specific to the MWRA, and that's a no-interest loan. We have no limit on the amount that we can ask for, except for the cap that they have right now, which is, I think, 100 million minus whatever the other communities have taken on that. So it's a first come, first serve. So we'll be tapping that as much as we can. There is also another opportunity through the SRF to fund the lead removal, and I believe it's reimbursable. But I'm not 100% on the requirements and the guidelines for the SRF because they had just brought that out recently. So those are the two, LWSAP and the LPP. I know there's a lot of acronyms to go with that, but those are from the MWRA.
So you could conceptually, like the 200,000 ARPA request, you could add that to the loan, I guess, right? To make that 1.7.
We could, and that's why, again, you notice that the one that we refer to as having a little bit more baked in there is sort of like the last program. I will say though that with the lead service removal, there's not a lot of moving parts to this. We know what copper is going for. We know a lot of things like that, and so we have the pilot program. It's just a matter of it's cheaper to remove these services now, and probably better to remove them sooner than later. So if there's an opportunity to request money, we would, request it in for something like this.
Yeah, and just to emphasize, right, it is a 10-year interest-free loan, but it is a loan, right? So any money that we don't borrow for it, obviously, is a benefit to the enterprise.
And I guess hopefully last question, on the police estimated cost, right, that whatever that is, like that 10-11%, that doesn't like vary by like the location of the project? Like I could see downtown, but is this like just like a rough like estimate at this point, or?
It's a rough estimate. I would say the two projects that probably would fall very close to that 10% or 11%. Would be something in the street, so lead service removals and downtown water main for sure. Now the downtown water main project could go higher than that. We've seen percentages be close to 14% on some projects, depending on where they are and how many offices are used for traffic management. Now, the area that probably will be a little lower, for sure, would be Gazebo Circle. I'm not even saying that it'll be close to 150,000. It's probably not even half that. For consistency purposes and for the purposes of, so each slide is the same, we're just carrying that 10% through there. So, I mean, that there could be a reduction for sure in police through Gazebo Circle because we're off the road, but there will be an amount for police there. Okay. So it does vary by location. In particular, more like Gazebo Circle is a lot less.
Got it, okay. Yeah. Sorry, last question, I promise. The downtown
Sure.
water?
Yes.
So after this project, will anything be left there? Like from a water main perspective?
I guess I'm not following your
like
question.
What else, like, is there still like how much, is there anything else like left to be done there in terms of looking at the water?
Oh, there's continually a lot of work for us to do in our water distribution system. We've done extensive work over my tenure being here. We're primarily focusing on this phase right now in the downtown area because we had a need with a lot of the development that we had in town. We had some fire flow deficiencies, and these are some of the oldest mains that we have in town. The one in particular on Main Street is 1890. Which you would say is very old if you want to take that out of service, but what we're finding is those mains are very thick, and so they allow us to actually go in, clean them, and line them with cement liner, and that stops the corrosion process that we're seeing of the tuberculation process. So we're able to rejuvenate that, save a percentage on a replacement cost because we're lining them, and that gets us into more of these side streets. But to answer your question, a lot of these downtown side streets, we do have another downtown phase 2, phase 3, I mean, we have a 20-year capital program to basically remove and replace or clean and line every main in our town that's not ductile line or cement line.
Okay, so this should cover a lot of the Main Street at least, right?
So this will cover, and I'm happy to show you, I can flip to that if you'd like, I can show you the map, but this would cover Main Street, Gould Street, High Street, part of Washington Street, and then a critical main that we're putting in is that Jiffy Loop that also reduces a railroad crossing, right? So we're taking care of those critical crossings and trying to be proactive in the sense that let's replace these old crossings so we don't have a catastrophic failure or even a leak that we can't take care of because they're under a railroad crossing that those mains back in 1890 weren't sleeved, so we can't just pull another main through. So that Jiffy Loop project is actually under the base bid all one project, so we're doing one of the crossings.
Okay, great, yeah, thank you.
No problem.
Jeffrey, you had something?
So, yeah, 2 questions, I think. The simple question was, what exactly is pipe jacking?
That's a great question. Pipe jacking is when we basically dig 2 pits on both sides, pretty far away from the railroad. And in one hole, they pour this big cement thrust block and they put a hydraulic pump down there and they basically dig and jack the pipe, dig and jack the pipe through under the railroad. Now, there's requirements from the railroad, from MBTA on how we have to do this. So it's referred to as pipe jacking. And we basically put a sleeve, a very large sleeve in, and then we are able to put, then we call that our carrier pipe, and then we're able to put the size pipe that we're looking for in that with some spacers. So if anything does happen in the future, we have this carrier pipe in there that allows us to pull the old main out and put a new main in. So that's pipe jacking.
So that, since you can't dig a trench through the railroad tracks, you do this thing to put it underneath?
Yes,
Exactly.
you tunnel and jack,
Okay.
and that is what is required when you're crossing an at-grade crossing.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
The other thing, so someone mentioned earlier the $650,000 that was already in the ARPA, and there's also a $1.3 million kind of placeholder on our spreadsheets, right?
For this.
Additional. So is this is an explanation of that $1.3 million request, or
That-
1.4?
That's correct.
Is it? Okay, not an additional on top of it. Because I mean, originally, town meeting had wanted,
I'm thinking this
you know,
is.
some of the
what we
ARPA
have
money to go for the water tower
Right, so-
increase, right?
right.
I
Which
think so.
we're not
The
seeing.
spreadsheet looks
We're not
different
seeing it
to
all.
me.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anyone else on this? I think we are all set. Ryan.
Thanks, Ryan. Good job.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ryan.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, so, before we move on to premium pay, does the group have any thoughts, or do we want to just hear the premium pay? I mean, like Jeffrey said, we had a kind of a placeholder amount. This is a little bit higher. It was just computing, I think, on the spreadsheet we were sent, I ought to know the number off the top of my head, but I don't, but I think we have 1.9 million left, or 1917, if I'm looking at the correct column. So if we approved all of this, and I'm not saying we did that, that would leave 433 for premium pay, and I know we had probably had other numbers in mind with that, and we'll see what they say, but does anyone have any thoughts? Particularly, am I interpreting the spreadsheet right with the amount of money we have left? Because it looks like it changed.
1917 is correct.
Okay, so that's just, I wanted that to implant that number in everyone's mind anyway, as we dive into our next area, because we can look at it in big chunks. We can say, oh, this looks good, leave the rest to town meeting, or completely look at other things, but let's just remember where we are. So I guess we're ready to move on to the premium pay model discussion and just finalize what you guys have come up with. Jackie, is it possible for Tom to share his
Yes,
screen?
I'm already entitled, so.
All right, good.
Okay, so in the last month or so, mostly in the last couple weeks, we have been tightening the screws on the model a little bit, and responding to some of the requests from this committee as well with regards to how to address other potential aligned items. So there are now four models, Model 3 and Model 4. The only difference between, the only addition to both of those is that they include the coach pay or coach stipend adjustment, right? Where the coaches lost income as a result of COVID. Otherwise, 3 is 1 and 4 is 2, right? So
So we're going to forget 1 and 2 and
Nope.
move to 3 and 4?
that's part of the conversation.
Okay.
Okay, do we want to, you could treat 3 or 4 as 1 or 2. If you said no to coaches, it would equate to the same number, right? So we can just go there if you wanted to.
How much does coaches cost?
It depends,
Oh,
but let me get there.
there's no easy
Well,
number.
yeah, so, I mean, it's all based on a top-level number, right? So
It's
coaches,
all
if we pay coaches, then everybody else gets, a few bucks less, right?
correct. I'll just say this, I was surprised by the amount of the coaches under, reduction in pay. In terms of especially that first period of time when COVID hit and all the athletics stopped period, there were no games at all. That was one big chunk. But then there were 4 seasons in the following year, and all of them were reduced seasons. So every one of those reductions added up to the number. But let me get to that once I come through a couple things, other things. So with the help of Fidel, Tom, Sean, and Michelle, we have validated the staffing again. We have gone through and validated the bucketing of high, medium, and low of each of the employees. Whether that is, union employees or non-union employees. We have, as a result of it, I'm suggesting a small adjustment to the low, medium, high bands to make sure that everything's still aligned as we were expecting it to align. And that is basically to move from a 200% of federal poverty level to 250% of federal poverty level, which moves the number for low up to 69,375. And moving the medium from 350% to 400%, which moves that number from like 98,000 to 111,000. And that basically hits everybody in the bands that we were expecting them to be in, and kind of works well with the model. I'll just leave it at that. Goal Seek is still in all the models. Model 1 is still the same. Model 2 is still the same. And Model 3 is, like I said, Model 1 with the RPS coaches, and Model 4 is Model 2 with the RPS coaches. What we've also done is abstracted away some of this so you don't see all the information in every sheet over and over again. And if we need to make an update, it only happens in one sheet appropriately, and then everything trickles through. So these are your counts by month, by category of employee, and with their appropriate high, medium, low, salary levels. The in-person status is the same thing. We've done the same concept here, and using that field, we're joining appropriately for the other tables. All of this comes down to a series of pivot tables. It's now been centralized to its own sheet, so you can compare them side by side and see how they want to look as you want to. We could graph them if you wanted to as well. But what ends up happening here is this portion of the model that you're now familiar with, all of the amounts for each category per model is in here. I moved the total line here so it was kind of easier to see. I didn't have to scroll left, right, and center. And I added in another section at the bottom to show what an individual in that category would get. Because that was one of the questions that people asked before. So if you go down this, you'll see what an individual in each category would get. And most of it is directly attributable to when they were working in person. So that's where most of the variation comes from. So for example, special education teachers worked over the summer for a little bit of time, so they get a small bump as a result of that, right? Whereas secretaries are working all summer, they're appropriately taken care of in that space. So you'll see those kind of changes as well, but this will allow us, to a degree, to look at this and say, okay, where are we compensating more or less? Do we want to adjust appropriately as necessary? Model 2 is the same, again, just the same concepts applied. Where Model 3 brings in the disparity of differences here is where you see the coach-related stipend. And let me zoom in so we can see that a little bit better.
Can I just ask, with Model 1 and 2, from what I remember before, one of them, in addition to when they worked, pay bands, so not factored into this is whether something was high contact or low contact?
Model 2 is the high contact, low contact edition.
That's the one with the
Yep.
related
So
amount
that's
of
where the community
Okay.
contact comes into play.
And so that's 2 and 4 then?
2 and 4 have the community contact
Okay.
included. Yep.
Just wanted to confirm my memory.
So, yeah, that's where you can see, if we showed 1 and 2 next to each other, you would see, certain numbers of things bump up as a result and certain numbers bump down as a result.
Right,
Right.
like teachers had more contact than
Right,
librarians.
exactly. So the teacher, for example, went from, 1,180, so it went up, $130 as a result of that model as it is currently classified.
Thank you, sorry to interrupt your flow. but
Nope, that's okay.
Just wanted to have it in mind.
That's okay. So moving on to Model 3, which again is just the non-contact model, just the high, medium, low pay model. The overall amount of savings to the revolving fund for the athletics is as casted here, which is essentially the amount that was reduced from the coaches' salaries for those periods of time. As mentioned, spring 1920 is the one where there was no sports at all as a result of that. But then you have the 4 different sections as MIAA and the state recasted the sports seasons. So fall 2, for example, is when football was played actually in the spring or late winter, right? So it doesn't necessarily mean that happened in the fall. That's just what they called the season. It's those sports that they moved that were considered high contact sports that they moved to the following winter/spring as well. So this also has taken out, just consistent with our employee-related stuff, anybody who's no longer employed by the district is not included in this number. So this is only people that are still coaches for the district. And you can see the model will adjust depending upon what you say in these things. And you'll see that ultimately the numbers will change as we change these numbers.
Are most of our coaches also teachers or other employees, or are there some that were just, because otherwise it wouldn't be a stipend, it would be a salary paid by a booster group or something?
Well, these are all payments according to the RTA teacher's contract. They are not anything from a booster perspective,
Right, so
but
the
to your
stipend
point, they're not
table.
necessarily all teachers as well. All the coaches are bound by the RTA teacher's contract, but they're not all teachers. Many of them are, but not all of them are teachers.
So then if a teacher was one of them, the teacher would be getting their teacher premium pay
Correct.
plus their coach premium pay, if that was applicable.
Absolutely correct. Yep.
Just a clarification, none of these groups, individuals, et cetera, received PPP loans or anything? Like, is it,
As far as we don't have that information, but they wouldn't have qualified as an institution
wasn't
to do
like-
it, no, or no company.
so like SNL or something isn't included?
This is not
in it?
SNL.
Okay.
Nope, this is fully the athletics at the high school.
Varsity sports.
Varsity, junior varsity, freshman athletics at the high school. Okay, so if I were to say no in all those cases and then run the goal seek, I can get past this window. I would see the same output.
Does coaches include other advisors, like someone who advised the musicals or band directors or other extracurriculars, or only athletics coaches?
I didn't validate that portion of the data, Marianne, to be 100% sure.
Okay.
My question was specific to coaches, so it's possible that that's all I got. But I can double check with Michelle and see if there's, because there would be in particular drama that would be impacted by that. I'm not sure about band though.
I know band in 2021 had a reduced, there wasn't a competition season, things were canceled. They put in some time to put on something for parents. I'm just thinking, it's like I know coaches have a lot of time to put in, but it feels like we're favoring certain stipends versus others who also were shut out. And that's not a fault on you, I'm only coming up with that thought now. If you want.
No, it was just, if we did, it was an oversight, and I would suggest we just agree to adjust appropriately if we come up with the number that we want, and if we come up with a pay group that we're paying for, right? So if we're gonna pay for, I'll just throw it out there, if we're gonna pay for all the coaches for the 2021 season, then we would say, throw the drama, reduce stipends in there as well, and then we'd adjust the model appropriately.
Okay, Andrew?
And the amounts that you're showing there for the coach recovery pay, that would be making up 100% of what they lost?
Yes.
Okay.
As it is. I did consider making this, 50%, 25%, that's one relatively small and relatively easy adjustment to this formula we could do, if we want to do that.
Sean Brandt has his hand up. Go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, three quick things. I think, I think this group talked about it last time, and there was a pretty broad consensus that if we were going to include coaches, we would include those other roles as well. So it wasn't intentional to not capture those here. And I would say maybe just while we validate that, one option would be for us to just have a small holdback, small holdback in case we need to cover for those additional folks. And then the second thing is just a suggestion. I wonder, Tom, I think now that you've oriented us, oriented everyone to how the models lay out, I wonder if the most sort of effective way to get through this might be to just sort of take the pulse of the committee on whether we want to include the contact differentials and whether we want to include, recovery pay. And then we can, then that'll allow us to focus on one of the four models and start talking about, a bottom line number as a result of that.
Yeah, Sean, I was going to get to that now that we've heard all the models. Like, are we leaning towards, one broad, because you'll pick one and that'll eliminate two models. Anyone else? You seem like you want to say something more.
So I'm trying to figure out when to kind of dig into the pieces, but let's answer the question that's on the table. So I think if we're going through this and attempting to fix some of the things in some sense, the chop in coaches pay, I thought was, I understand it, but also I think it's something that we want to address. So I'm in favor of the later models that have some inclusion of that. I have a couple of questions on other structures, but you want to stay with this first? Does that make sense?
Okay, well, I guess we can all take a beat, or I don't recall if I called it a vote, because I think we selected on models, but let's, just to rule out the models that don't cover coaches, can we take an informal vote in a group of, do we want to include coaches or not? So everyone who wants.
Can I just say a few more things before that?
Okay.
Without,
I thought we were complete.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't. One of the key things that people should be aware of is that many of these coach stipends will cause the individual numbers for everybody else to pale in comparison. They're 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 in some cases, not 500, 1,000. So that's something to be aware of as you think about that. It is lost money, to Joe's point, but it will be pretty significant in some cases, as opposed to, just a small chunk here.
But it's lost. It's also, I guess, one of the things when you're thinking about, you didn't put in a factor, it's lost money, but they also, gained time. They didn't do as much, right?
I mean, I think that's the argument you would hear from them, is that they said that there's fewer games. Yes, you went from, say, 12 games to 10 games, but your season is still your season, and you're still spending as much time with the students, you know, coaching, teaching, et cetera. The seasons there, now, that's not 100% true, because there were 4 seasons instead of 3 seasons, right? Normally, there's 3 seasons, fall, winter, and summer. In this case, there were 4 seasons instead of 3 seasons. So that's, you know, the seasons were shorter, right? In addition to having fewer games.
Well, I mean, like the spring season, there was nothing. They didn't put any, they couldn't meet in practice. I don't know what they planned for in advance, but everything just went away, so, and they also didn't have to work. They weren't working because everything was shut down. So if those were jobs, when we're looking at the teachers, we were not trying to cover, the teachers still got paid during March, April, you know, the latter half of March through mid-June. They had to work in a different way. So they got paid and they worked in a different way. These coaches weren't able to do anything virtual. So, but someone might say, well, they were relying on that income. I guess maybe that's what I'm struggling with, is not, okay, it's a reduced season and you still had to put in a lot of practices, even though you only had 2/3 of the games. But if you weren't doing anything at all, like, we're still covering that lost revenue, even though they didn't have to do anything.
I'll channel my inner coach here, not to make an argument to be pro or con this, but just to play that out a little bit. When we left on March 13th, we thought everybody was coming back on April 1st, right? I mean, and so teachers, coaches, et cetera, were still planning and trying to come back and think about coming back on April 1st. Seasons had not been fully canceled at that point in time. It wasn't canceled probably until May. Sean, correct me if I'm wrong, what your recollection is. So they're probably, while they couldn't have held practices per se, I think we heard Ms. Hopkinson talk about how she would have, you know, Zoom team meetings to keep everybody, you know, focused and, you know, kind of give them things that they should be working on while the downtime is happening and whatnot. So, while I see your point, I also want to make sure we consider the other facts that were presented to us as a committee as part of that. You know.
But you're telling us, though, that in some of these cases, underpaid paras are going to get like $400 and a coach is going to get $3,000 on top of what they're getting as a teacher, or something like that, right?
That's if it's 100% fully funded for all of his sections up there.
Yep. So we could start applying, instead of a yes, no, this formula can be quickly adjusted to be percentage if we wanted to. And if that's what people's minds were, we want to say something should go back, but not all should go back. Maybe that's a possibility. That's not a hard formulaic adjustment to make.
Good, Chris.
I guess my opinion on that, to make it simplistic, et cetera, goes back to the PPP loan question. They didn't qualify. They had no way of recovering their lost revenue, whereas I did, as well as other businesses in town. So I think in this instance, I would be fine with the spring 1920, the 67,000, fully funding that, and then just saying no to everything else, because it wasn't any fault of their own, just like the businesses, et cetera, that suffered back then, that could recoup a little money, they could recoup zero. So that's just where I stand on the coach kind of side of it. Because if you don't skew that number, like you just said, it's going to be 3,000-4,000. And I mean, yes, they should get that kind of thing. It's just not, it's not good for the rest of everyone else that was actually in person and working.
Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, I just think if we try to prorate it, I can see both arguments. I just worry that we're really splitting like hairs, and it's gonna get, like, at the end of the day, it's still lost revenue. Like if you're a coach, and I agree it should be extended to drama or anybody else with an impact on the band side, but it's still like lost like revenue. And I still think, you know, they made a commitment, you know, to that, like that position, right? And they should be compensated for that lost money. I just think, once we get into like some percentage, you know, or by season, I can see, I just think it gets really messy. And the numbers are what they are. It's just that the compensation structure for coach versus like some of these other positions is different. That's why it's like jumping out.
Well, I guess the thing we all have to remember is, for everyone else, it's a premium, but this is actual pay.
Right.
Right, because all the teachers and administrators, they were all still getting paid during this time. And these guys were not getting anything. So as I'm just kind of thinking of it here, yes, it looks like more, but they didn't get their expected pay. Go ahead, Jeffrey had a question.
I'm kind of struggling with this, that we picked out the coaches and extracurricular things, but are there other groups that we haven't even thought about? I mean, like substitute teachers, right? There are a bunch of substitute teachers who, were never called in for the spring, and maybe they had thought, hey, I'm gonna work, typically I work this many hours, this many days a week, so are there other groups like that like they had no salary at all, and they're gonna come look at this and say, gee, you're paying coaches for something, but, aren't substitute teachers also a valued, important educational thing?
Wasn't there, other than PPP, wasn't there a federal program though for employees who lost wages who couldn't go to work too? I mean, other than the stimulus payments that were sent, if they were like.
I don't know, and I don't know whether
Yeah.
substitutes would fit under that, because they
Yeah,
don't
'cause
have a
they're
regular
so
contract.
variable.
So
I mean,
I just,
they're not-
I'm struggling with this, this idea that, have we really thought through all of the people who might have lost pay that might, if you looked at it.
Well, like
take a
extended
step
day
back
was shut down.
Extended day, right, I mean, they had,
Or isn't extended day included in this?
Extended day is not included in this,
Well, then
other than when
extended day is
they're,
like
other than when
substitute.
they're staff members, which many of them are. They're included as paras or things like that.
so,
I guess-
I mean, do we need to make up their pay? I guess I'm really struggling with this, it's not
Yeah.
really what we have originally tried to do for this premium pay.
It just sounds like, yeah. Sean, you were starting to say something, I think?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think Jeffrey, I think the point's a good one and a fair one. I do think there's a relatively clean distinction between these that are contractual is not quite the right term, but where these are, explicit stipended dollar amounts that were reduced versus pay in a job that is inherently hourly sort of shift work, where those shifts didn't materialize, right? So I think, maybe it's a distinction without a difference in your mind. That's a fair, maybe a fair observation. But I do think that is a distinction between these stipended positions, contractually stipended positions versus, versus people that are working, on a substitute basis or even on an extended stay basis where it's, inherently sort of hourly pay.
Go ahead, Mark.
A couple of, so is that how extended day works, that it's hourly pay, or are there people that are lined up and they more or less plan to be working?
I mean, there are, full-time staff that's, well, there are fewer now, but there have been fewer full-time staff that support extended day. But I believe that the folks that, are, in the buildings in the afternoons after school gets out.
It is hourly, Chris. I'm Sean. Remember Chris Nelson gave the presentation to you guys a
Yeah,
couple
no,
weeks ago to raise the salaries, hourly salaries?
Yeah, exactly. Those folks are hourly. It was the Chris Nelsons of the world that I'm thinking of that are, relevant to extended day, but not hourly. So, but yeah, you're right. I mean, the folks that are in the buildings are, are there on an hourly basis. Now, again, maybe it's a distinction without a difference, because I'm sure a lot of those people sort of anticipated, from March through June, I'm going to work, 200 hours of extended day, and that means, some number of dollars coming into my paycheck. But it is structurally different to me than somebody who's on a stipended position and the amount of the stipend was reduced after the fact.
So we just continue. I'm struggling and evolving a little bit here also in terms of the thinking. I think that, Tom, your point that these numbers are just kind of substantially higher than any of the others is giving me a lot of pause. I had not kind of thought that through, I guess. I didn't think about it. And it may be pushing me away from kind of this 100% notion, and maybe to I see you're kind of playing with some in, some out, things like that. And I'm starting to think that makes more sense. I think that to have these kind of just stand above everything else it is beyond kind of the scope we had in mind. It's not the kind of the pay for putting in time if we hit it to the full extent. It is if we hit it to some extent.
Well, I think our goal with the premium pay was not to try, we were trying to show some recognition for the effort and not be, okay, I know we're opting for the town lost revenue. We're not the complete lost revenue solution because there's a lot of need in a lot of places that lost revenue. And coach stipends are but one example. We know extended day, our regular substitutes, and we were having a hard time even getting substitutes. So maybe there's a way to scale it so that it's not higher than like the typical thing that we're paying our low-paid workers. And I don't know if I expressed that right, like not 50%, 30%, maybe there's some percent that scales it to something that's on a par with what our cafeteria workers are getting.
I mean, something to keep in mind here is that this also, each of the coaches gets paid at a different stipend level depending upon what they're coaching.
Right.
If you're coaching varsity, your stipend is significantly higher. If you're coaching junior varsity, it's significantly lower. Freshman, it's even lower than that, right? So it depends on what you're coaching, that the stipend gets larger, right? So arguably, you could say that it will almost do the opposite of our high, medium, low concept by doing this, because the higher paid ones will get significantly more than the lower paid coaches.
Well, it's
as
just,
a
it's
result of
still
it.
percent. We're not
Yep.
trying to be completely progressive with it.
Or were you heading toward, what if we establish kind of a fixed level per coach?
I wasn't heading there necessarily. I was just
I'd
making sure people
sympathize
knew
those,
kind of
that's a good
how the
idea.
stipend process works.
How many
I'm gonna bring
people
up
are
the
included
teacher
in the
contracts and
spring
show
19 to 20? Like, is that divided by 78
No.
people, or like how many is?
I'm going to take myself off share for a minute. I'll come back to you. Yep.
I know I'm trying to bring up the collective bargaining agreements to kind of see some of the coach stipends. And then there's a lot of other activities.
So coach is 20 rows, of which 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 have resigned, so it'd be 14 people getting that $67,000. Some of them 6,000, some of them 2,300, some of them 4,100.
Some of them are gonna get, did you just say $6,000? Because
Yeah, I
I'm
think
going to
that's
look
out
up
of
like
whack from what we're trying
what
to do.
stipend, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
What are thoughts on kind of having a fixed dollar amount?
just as a token of our appreciation of the
Exactly.
lost revenue.
Exactly.
Well, and Mark, I would offer maybe, not formally, but offer an amendment to that, which is, a fixed dollar amount, and it's up to that amount or the actual sort of lost wage, which, sort of whichever is lesser, right? I think I would think about that. Or how I think about that anyway.
Anyone else?
I think that sounds more consistent with our, that the whole premium pay is just kind of a token that we can't really pay them what we'd like to for the work that they did. I think it's entirely consistent to pay the coaches in a similar philosophy, using a similar philosophy.
So, Tom, if I heard you correctly, I think you said, in that first line, it's 67,000 among 14 coaches, so that averages out to almost 5,000. You could,
Mark, these are
you could
stipends, non-athletic.
set that number at, 1,000 or 2,000, and it's potentially less in terms of the bottom line here, the total, total dollars, but also significant, with respect or relative to the premium payouts as well.
I mean, just so people know as well, there's 50 individuals involved in this line as it stands right now, not counting, I'm trying to look for the drama coach. I don't see her.
So, I have up on my screen the current RTA agreement. I don't know that I'd be sharing it, and lots of differentials that are non-athletic. How many of them existed? I mean, some of those, it was 21, 22, depending on what the category was, those could range up to $9,000. And the average ones look to be 2 to 3, and that's non-athletic. That's some of these other stipends. For example, drama is category C, so that could be up to $5,000. And then you have,
Per season.
and then there's the athletic differential schedules and B1, and certain of those, I don't understand how the levels go, but the top one, for, I'm not gonna go for next year, like 21, 22 was $15,000 for whatever, D was, so that would be, is that football?
Are you looking at athletic differentials?
Yes,
Some of those things are things like
Right.
serving as department head or assistant principal.
The head coach of football gets in 21, 22, had if they were level 6, it's a $15,000 stipend. If it was level 1, it was an $8,000 stipend. So that's like the top,
Yep.
the top coach. A lot of the coaches look like they're A or B, which still, at the lowest was $3,000, at the highest was $8,000. So these are substantial stipends that they're all getting, and it's not a lot of people, but it's a lot of stipends. So now you can see where the $67,000 added up really quickly.
Yeah. So can I just throw out a suggestion then? Here we have, there are a couple of names that are not quite the same. So there's 48 individuals on this list, not 50. Of those, many of them work multiple seasons. So they'll work both, spring and fall, or spring and winter, or something else along those lines. There's 5 seasons in question so far.
Okay, well, you get 48 times 4 times 5.
They're not all working that many, so let's just leave it that, okay? But I'm gonna suggest that we say, like, $250 per season that the coach coaches, just to throw a number out there. If I get to 500, then somebody's getting almost $2,000, which, maybe that's the right thing to do, but I was trying to think, keeping it to a number that seems more around the line of where many of the other numbers were for each of the individual roles. So if they work 4 seasons, I see somebody who works 3, looking at the list here. So there's, I think 3 is kind of the maximum number of seasons that anybody's worked, so that would be $750. If we want to get it up to be 1,000, then you could do $300 or something like that. But if we were to just say, hey, $250 per season that you worked, it's not everything, just like we're not getting everything from a premium pay perspective to people we want to get.
But it's flat per person.
It's a flat per person.
That feels fair.
And, it's based on the season they worked, or didn't work as the case, or weren't able to work as the case may be.
Any other thoughts from?
So what does that number look like? If you do
So you're
250?
250 times 48 times,
I mean,
some of them are seasons.
Yeah, that's whatever Tom's number he can come up with.
He's running it, I guess, or I can just. There's some minimum number, if they all just did 1 season, right? So you've got 250 times 48, that's $12,000. And then maybe a third, what percent of them worked?
Let me just give you a real number instead of guessing.
That's just for 1 season.
Because then you just take that number.
So it's $18,000 is what it would add up to. Some
And
people,
That's just coaches, because we don't have the drama band. and
that's
all
just
that.
coaches, right? So
And we would.
if we allow for, the formula, we can also just say the formula is going to account for that once we get the right number in there.
Yeah.
So it really
So we have to
doesn't
hold
matter.
back
We don't need to hold
maybe
anything
some
back. We'll just say this number, once we get the right number for drama and others added, is the plug, and everything else calculates from there. There's nothing that we need to hold back. Just tell us how much you want for the overall stuff, and we can adjust and finalize what each category
You mean
gets
like
afterwards.
the top level, bottom line premium pay,
Right,
and it'll
Right.
work back, okay.
So I'm not opposed to the flat dollar idea. I will say, personally, I feel a little bit more of a moral imperative pay people for directly lost wages than premium pay. And so, you know, I know in the premium pay discussion, we sort of landed in a place where we're all acknowledging that it doesn't sort of adequately compensate people, right? You know, it's a token in some sense. And so we're sort of, you know, starting to head in that same direction here. If $18,000 is the bottom line number, you know, I would suggest we at least double it. You know, I mean, almost everybody we're talking about here left, you know, probably thousands of dollars on the table, or maybe at least $1,000 on the table. So, you know, these are real numbers for real people with families and stuff, you know, of lost wages. So I personally feel kind of a moral imperative to try to do a little bit more to make them whole here. Again, not opposed to the flat idea, but I think if 250 is getting us to $18,000, I think we should try to find a little bit more than that.
Okay, first Joe, then Mark. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with Sean. Like, I still struggle with, like, it's lost pay, right? However you think about it, right? And we're not even talking about premium pay. Like, these folks and others on the drama side, like, they lost that income, right? So we can talk about the impact of, you know, what all these essential workers went through, but at the end of the day, these people, you know, just, those are dollars out of the pocket. It's just the way that the numbers work, and I think we're just getting too hung up, and we shouldn't be comparing the numbers like the coaches versus like some of the other, you know, folks, right? Because it's not apples to apples based on the compensation structure.
You know, you had me occur to some completely unrelated thing. When all these employees, if they get this money, is it treated as income for them as a
Yes.
payment, so they get taxed on it anyway? Okay. Go ahead, Mark, you had thoughts.
Thanks. Yeah, so a couple things. One is that if we use kind of that 18,000 baseline and we understand that there are some other people that we haven't covered, I think that's going to put us probably into maybe a $25,000 sort of number that would cover that discussion, something like that. I think we got to be careful of a couple of things, but the biggest one is that the amount of money we have, even for a small group of people, doesn't allow us to cover lost wages completely. We just don't have enough money to do that. And then I think that the flip side that would come back would be, okay, well then how much is going to be left for the bonus pay? And I'm just a little concerned that it could start to feel that we need to start ratcheting numbers up. And I keep coming back to understanding that, look, this is an inadequate recognition of all the effort they went through during the pandemic. And no matter what we do, that's exactly what it's going to be. And a little bit here, a little bit there can just start adding up, but still not getting to kind of adequate. And I don't think that's our goal. I think our goal is to have some form of recognition. As we kind of started playing with the numbers that we had before, you know, the numbers are ratcheting up by themselves into this kind of 800 range or 900 range. I think where we left it was in the 600 range, is kind of the last discussion, but that's my recollection of it. And I think that is an incredible opportunity if we land on a number like that that's being offered as bonus pay to folks. And going higher, I think at the end of the day, it's nice and it's wonderful. It means some other big things aren't going to get done that are going to impact kind of everybody in the community. And I'm finding myself getting more uncomfortable as the number ratchets up. So the reason it's so relevant to this is that as this starts to ratchet up by itself also, I think it's going to put pressure to ratchet the others. And I think we need to kind of come back to what's our mission here? What are we hoping to accomplish? What's a reasonable way to do it? And what's going to allow us to take care of some other kind of major priorities that impact the entire town? And I just kind of want to put my hands up a little bit here just to kind of say, let's keep ourselves kind of in range here.
I would just point out the brilliant thing about the model is you're setting the amount for all of the premium pay / bonuses / lost wages as a single dollar number and then just allocating among them. So
Yes.
we're not ratcheting, you know, the ratcheting up is if we go from 6 to 8 to 9 or something like that for that whole pool. But now we're really just talking about how to allocate within that pool that Tom has set up.
But I thought, Tom, and you can correct me, I thought that the appropriation, so kind of if you look up here, you kind of see a premium pay number.
Yep.
And then if you add the additional pieces, it's ratcheting the number up. Am I reading that
Total
right?
No,
appropriations
no.
saved
I'm reading it wrong.
900.
Yeah, so
Well,
you
could
target,
lower 900 to 700
Yeah,
or something,
you could
and then
lower-
everything
you could lower
scales
that.
I got
back.
it, I got it, okay.
that number sets, and then you subtract
Everything comes out.
the coach pay or coach less
Subtract the
extracurricular
coach
pay.
pay,
Thank you.
which is
Then it
the opposite
calculates
number.
the rates for everybody else.
Thank you, my mistake.
So by, the coach pay is gonna lower everybody's premium pay, but maybe it's not gonna lower it by much. I mean, maybe it
I think
conceivably, it could
18,000 out of 900,000 isn't
Would
very
be
much,
not
right?
much.
right, I mean, it could change premium pay by
25.
$40 or something, or depends on how much someone got, I don't know. You could give us an example, for example, if, like, say we adopted the premium pay you had now and then cut it, not premium, coach pay that you suggested and then cut it in half, how does that impact the salary of, like what the premium pay would be to the lowest paid employees?
Let's just use this as a model for the time being. I can make another adjustment as necessary, but if
Okay.
you,
So just back of the napkin, you know, if we just funded that first line, let's say 900,000 was the total amount we wanted to appropriate, it's about 7.5% or so of the total. So it's gonna reduce the payouts to folks by about 7.5%. So, you know, pick a line right there, secretaries, you know, you could just pick a line and reduce it by about 7.5%. That's, you know, just as an example. So it depends on what we wanna do here. Mark, I wanna push back on a couple of things there. One, I don't know that 600 is an anchor that I would, or something, a number I would anchor to. I think that was the output of like, just a raw average of all of our allocations in some early format, some of which were zeros, because we had, you know, folks hadn't gotten there yet. So I'm not sure 600 is a number that I had internalized as kind of an anchor. And then the second thing is, you know, you said we can't make these folks whole. We absolutely can. I mean, you know, if we wanted to make every dollar of lost wages here get repaid or get paid to these folks, it's 157,000. So it does come at the expense of, you know, what the allocations would be for the premium pay, but it's not, you know, it's not impossible. It's by no means impossible. It's a question of what we think is appropriate. So that's all.
But just to be fair, those are the priorities that we're setting, and we're making those decisions. It's doing A and not B, or a part of A and part of B. Those are the exact things we have to
Understood, but
do.
you stated it as if we mechanically can't, like it's not possible, and I'm just disagreeing with that premise, that's all.
Okay, then the only thing I'd add is, I think we don't have the full picture here, as we've talked about. There are other people that we haven't included, and we've talked about making allowances for them, and this number is now, let's say we decide to cover them in whole, so the 150 maybe is more like 200 or 225 or whatever. As that number ratchets up, how much is going to be left for the other parts of premium pay? Or are we going to trade it off for something else? Each thing makes a difference in terms of the total.
Tom, we're talking about 3 or 4 people, right? I mean, we're not, we didn't, I think the only stipends that didn't get paid were, or got reduced were for things like drama and band. We didn't reduce stipends for club sponsors and, you know, administrative positions and so forth. So I mean, Mark, we know with some certainty that it's a handful of people. I can't imagine it's more than, you know, $15,000 or so, $20,000.
I guess I'm not sure about that, Sean. Like the robotics club doesn't get a stipend, and I think even like the middle school math team advisor got a stipend.
What I'm saying is I don't believe we cut those. I think stipends were only reduced for the athletic teams and the performing arts extracurriculars is my recollection. We'd have to revisit that, but.
Yeah, I don't know when the teachers got the stipends, because some of them, like middle school science team, they're starting in the beginning of the year and going all year. When do they pay those? But then there was no Science Olympiad.
there was no method to do it. I think to Sean's point, I think
Yeah.
he's right. We can double check it. That's not hard for us to double check. And the more I'm thinking about it, I'm not sure that drama got cut at all either, because there were shows.
Yeah, there was a show,
There was
an
virtual
online
show, or there was in-person outside, very cold show, but there was a show.
But like
Peter
Science
Pan, the
Olympiad got
spring-
canceled.
What's that?
Peter Pan,
You know,
and Peter and Starcatcher, sorry, was canceled.
In the spring, yeah, so that one might have been reduced, right? But yeah, in terms of 2021, there were shows that year, so, but we can definitely take that away, that's not hard. I don't think Michelle's watching, otherwise I'd send her a note and see if she can pull it right now, but we can get that. Sean's point, though, we could pay this if we wanted to, I mean, if we felt like that was the right thing to do. It just reduces everything else.
Can I ask a clarifying question? So the schools did not pay out this money, but it was budgeted? Is that the case?
No, not necessarily. To a degree, yes, but to a degree, no. So this money is paid out of the revolving account, which is fed and supported by fees by students and athletes, right? So if there were no fees, which there wasn't in the spring of 20, right? Because there were no sports, there was no money to pay those coaches, right? The same.
As well as ticket revenue for performance
Right.
games.
Ticket revenue, there was obviously no ticket revenue. So that was part of the justification argument about it, is that we lowered the participation fees in the following year because we knew the seasons were shorter as well. Their seasons were shorter, you know, there was less money, therefore, to pay the coaches out of the revolving account as well. So this is not a regular operating fund budget money, this is a revolving account budget money we're talking about.
And the revolving funds, in probably every case, lost more revenue than we saved in reducing these stipends.
I guess where I'm at is, I would just like to see what the lowest person in our formula, other than the coaches section, gets paid. So if it's a cafeteria worker, through our formula, is gonna get 1107, then the coaches should be somewhat in that same realm.
That's kind of difficult though, right, because some of them didn't work as well.
All of this
How
is
many
difficult,
months
it's
they were
just,
working.
you just spouted off the robotics and everything else. I'm sure there's gonna be 50
Well, I
other
mean,
people
just
we're
the
forgetting.
lowest paid, right, it's how many months they were working, right, so.
It's how many months they were working, it's whether or not they were high contact or not, it's whether they were low, medium, or highly paid individual, there's a lot, and it's all, that's why it's formulaic, that's why it calculates for us.
I think we'll be here all night trying to come
Yeah,
up with this
and
number.
I think we have to settle on a top, like Andrew might have said, or maybe somebody else did, a top level amount for this category, and then we'll agree on some parameters and it'll work itself back, but, you know, whether it's 600, 800, 500, 900, 400, like I don't even know where we stand on a top level number.
Yeah, so can we go back to that high level thing on the spreadsheet of how much money we've already allocated and how much is left between?
So I think on the spreadsheet, Jackie, do you have the Excel spreadsheet that you sent to us? I think it's the second tab, rack all members, and there's an orange column near the bottom where it's
I can pull it up.
Thank you. Because there's the orange column's all the actuals. So it's about 1.9 million, just a little over 1917314 that she's bringing in. Yeah, so that column right there where her mouse is what we have. And we heard some water stuff, we're seeing things with here. I think what's remaining, the private requests, we're not really worried that much about, but that was, 362K.
Really, it's that high? How much is?
Oh no, that can't be right, because the food pantry's there. I'm sorry. They asked for 362, and we did 143 out of it, so it's 362 minus 143.
You want me to pull up mine with show and
Yeah,
hide?
I mean, I was gonna start, it's a little long for me to read, but we have it here, so it's more like is it more like 150?
Well, that's 220, the difference between.
What are you talking about?
We're just trying to figure out the private requests, and
Well, the chamber request has been reduced. I think you should back out the entire food pantry request, because I know we didn't fund the whole thing, but I don't think we're discussing funding what we didn't fund already tonight.
Right.
no, so I mean, I guess if we look over at the orange,
Jackie, can I steal the share? Because I have it filtered down and make it pretty straightforward.
So
Well, we did have on the agenda Reading, North Reading, Chamber of Commerce, the Rotary Garden Club. and
Right, I
First
think we're just,
Congressional
to
Church.
back into our premium pay top number and maybe thinking about the water, let's just know what was
So
left.
These are this is 150,000 left between these four.
So 150 private,
For the 4 items on the agenda.
if we funded them in full. And that's 150 that isn't going to water and isn't going to premium pay, but it's good.
So, I know your comment about kind of other categories, which we actually do have as a later agenda item, though, if there are other things that come up too. I just wanted to share for folks that didn't know that the select board last night authorized the town manager to start negotiations with the owners of 17 Harrington Street. And so it's a, $5 million is their current ask for the building, plus renovations. And so it may be that, I had put in kind of a placeholder, and some of the pushback was, well, we don't have a proposal. We're getting very close to having a proposal. So as we're thinking about, hey, you got $1,917,000, I think it's fair game for people to have that in the consideration set also. The notion of $1 million potentially, or some other number for the senior center.
So we already allocated a bunch for senior.
We allocated
Programming.
900K and then 300K towards a feasibility study, so that could go towards. But I mean, I thought that not to get off track, but I thought with the senior center, that was going to be debt and not funded out of ARPA.
So that's an opportunity, so just like water and sewer, just like any capital project, they're all kind of in the same category. We could reduce the amount of borrowing required by using some ARPA funds.
One of those has to go before the town as a vote. The other ones don't, right? There's a fundamental difference there between the sewer-related stuff and the senior center that has to be voted on by the whole town before we make any sort of debt authorization or anything else like that, right?
Well, I guess I guess there also could be that if town meeting or the town doesn't want to pursue that, and ARPA money was allocated towards it, it then has to get reallocated. But,
Which could be other
you know,
capital.
I didn't get a sense in our last meeting that there was a ton of enthusiasm for taking up a significant chunk of this towards that, but I could be wrong. Does anyone else have thoughts on that? Go ahead, Chris.
I guess I can just give you my semi-final answer on every one of these agenda items. It's $1 million for water, $750 for premium pay, and the $250 remainder is split between these other organizations on here and a buffer to continue in the future for other miscellaneous projects the select board wants to utilize the funds for. That's where I'm at. Anybody else can go wherever they feel like going, but
You said
That's
$1
just-
million for water.
$1 million for
750
water, $750 for premium pay, and the remainder between the other, the $150 in the groups, and then the other $100,000 is now a buffer for the future. That's just me.
Or just leave it to the select board to
Correct.
decide where it is spent.
That can pay for an appraisal for something that was discussed the other night. It can pay for whatever it
All has to
feels
be
like.
spent by the end
Correct.
time. Does anyone else have not shoot from the hip, but a top line view that they would share like that? Because I guess that's a useful point. My own mindset is not too different from you.
I'll jump in on that. I mean, mine is very similar. I would increase the premium pay number from the 750 that Chris has. I kind of showed my cards by putting 900,000 in the number that I've got in the spreadsheet. So, you know, that's, but $1 million for water is definitely at least. So I think your buffer comes from other things that we've already appropriated that's going to come back. We know that there's going to be some coming back. Well, I think we believe there's going to be some coming back from health. There's going to be a good chunk of this 300,000 for, you know, the senior center search process could be coming back. You know, there's other money that's going to be coming back, and I think that's your buffer as opposed to saying there's going to just be a bunch of buffer left behind.
Oh, like Board of Health.
So, I mean, looking at the other requests, I mean, I'd love to hear more from Fidel if there's any update on whether the Rotary has to pay for cleanup anymore, which is this 25,000. You know, hopefully they don't, and we just say the town's going to do that because it's a town activity. And the other ones are just, I have a hard time putting my head around them right now versus the two big ones. The two big ones are so important from my perspective.
If I could. I think I have spoken to the Rotary Club, attending the town fair. I mean, Fall Street Fair. It's a fantastic event, right? I mean, I think it'd be hard to argue that it's not to the benefit of our community. However, I think that buying 1 year would be helpful to us. So if I could just argue that it's, instead of funding, all the years, just fund the next year, right? And it buys us a little bit of time, because essentially what we will need to do, how it is now, it is a pass-through, right? So it's our DPW workers, our police officers, our fire details, and it's real costs. It's not costs that we're padding by any means. So if we could, if this committee would be willing to fund 1 year, I think that would be helpful to us, particularly as we're entering our budget season for FY24. But if not, I mean, I think we would have to build it into the budget for FY24.
Oh, starting a new one? A simplified one?
We could just fill these in.
Yeah, I mean, I also feel like, we got this letter from First Congregational, they haven't come to us. It's $34K and it's not much, but I guess I'm looking at it like, it wasn't, we never even discussed it, we're just blindly handing over money to a group that hasn't even been able to, I know they had to cancel once, but they haven't come since. And, I mean, we were, agonizing over small amounts for the food pantry, which we clearly knew was a pandemic effect. So I don't know that we want to blindly just say, oh, yes to all the private requests either. So
I guess we can just vote on the 4 requests now, and then we'll know how much money we have left for the remaining 2, and then it's up to you.
to me, the other two are more important than these, I guess. But when they all get added up, there's still something that could change a lot. For example, going to the beginning of the night, we're talking about 150 for these private requests, and then we had the thing from Ryan. Wasn't one of them a small amount like that? They wanted 150 or something, or was it 200? 200 for the lead. I mean, what's going to benefit our community more, removing lead or helping a private organization with, their gardening? Not the garden club, like one of the things they asked for was money for garden.
I mean, I guess I can see your point when you break it down to that would I rather give money to the coaches that actually lost it as opposed to the church that unfortunately wasn't able to be here. So, I mean, if I had to pick between the two, then I would be giving the coaches, obviously.
And it's
But
not
that's
disparaging
just
the request,
yeah,
I'm
no.
just trying to say what's benefiting the most people.
Yeah, I had a little bit of trouble with the request from the First Congregational. I was trying to find a rationale to support it, but it's a private organization essentially asking for dollars for facilities improvements, and the linkage to the linkage to the pandemic is, I just don't see it really. These others there was some linkage. Similarly, the Garden Club, I was struggling a little bit. They're talking about 3 years of lost revenue, but it's to fund forward-looking projects. And now that we're in a place where, they can start raising revenue again, I don't really follow why we need to fund forward-looking projects. So I couldn't get myself to a place where First Congregational made sense, and I think I would scale down the Garden Club ask. And Fidel's point about the Rotary, this request came in for 22, 23, and 24. Back in, I don't know, April or May, whenever the letter's dated. Well, the 22 street fair has come and gone. And I think the notion of funding a year, with hope that we can find a different partnership model beyond that probably makes sense to me. So where I would net out on this would be 29, 25, 4, and then, I would not fund the first congregational request, 4,000, yeah, sorry.
So 20, what did you, yeah, I was kind of leaning towards what you're thinking. So you're saying 29, 25, and 4.
Yeah, I don't mind, the Garden Club is a civic organization and those projects are about beautifying the town. I don't mind the idea of sort of a year of revenue to give them a kickstart as they get back into their typical fundraising activity around the garden sale, or so I think that I can rationalize that. It's 3 years of lost revenue against future-looking projects that I struggle with, so that's just kind of why I landed on the 4 in that case.
All right.
Could I ask folks to maybe fill in these blanks a little bit? So Chris and Tom kind of shared some numbers in broad strokes. Would it make sense for us all to do that? Just to have kind of the big numbers?
Yeah, Mark, do you mind if I'll just finish out since I just kind of gave those?
Yep, perfect.
I agree with Tom. I feel good about the 900,000 number, particularly if we are sort of moderating, the coaches and other stipends to, some flat figure that comes in at, $20,000 to $40,000 versus $160,000. And I would attribute or allocate the remainder to water and sewer reserves. I think it's a good point that we think we have some confidence that some of these dollars will come back and end up being unspent, and so that provides a bit of a contingency that the select board will have the opportunity to reallocate in the future as well.
How does that figure with the 58K though? If you're taking 1.9, but it's only
There.
So I think
That's
water
how I
sewer
figured
is
it does add to
959.
it does add to the 1917.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's just well, no, it didn't work out.
It's a little feels high.
It's gotta be some of those others, yeah. So it's gonna end up being 760 something. 763,014, I think is what that should work out. Or no, sorry.
Oh, that's,
759,014, you do the math.
where's that coming from?
What are you reducing to the 759?
This is
The
based on
premium
this number right here, right?
No, the water,
pay? The water.
no.
So-
His-
Just a question. So if it's 900 for premium pay, 58 for private, are those the only two allocations and everything else should be in water and sewer?
Oh, yeah, I'm not sure. There must be hidden rows in there.
Yeah, so 959 would be the number for water
Oh,
and sewer.
okay, so let me just do that. So yeah,
So you're getting an exact amount.
instead of the hidden rows, Sean, thank you.
Yeah. Sorry, I was just roughing in the math, but I didn't realize there were hidden rows.
There you go.
So it's gonna be 950 and change, yeah, there you go.
And I guess I'll just throw myself out. I agree with Sean. So I would, that sounds fair to me.
So you're just gonna take Sean's numbers as your
Yeah.
numbers?
I was kind of in between Chris and Sean, but I think, that we haven't settled on the coach part yet. I think we know where we're leaning, but, the premium pay is important and the water and sewer is important. We're getting almost everything they want.
Can I kind of put my numbers up next?
Sure.
Go to column D. So I've got water and sewer at 200, premium pay at 650.
I'll get back to that. Let me fix it.
Yep.
Yep.
Private request at 50.
Which, how are you breaking that down?
I'm breaking it down as Rotary 25, Chamber of Commerce 14, Garden 4, and UCC 4.
So you're covering the UCC's garden, I think.
Yes, exactly. Yep. And that's
So it's
actually
47, that's 47 is what I have, so.
Got it. Okay, and then senior center capital, I'm putting in $1 million,
I'll just add a line for the time being right now.
and I
We have a
got
hit.
other is 20, not unallocated 20. That's 1917.
Okay, we'll get everyone else's in and then we're gonna take a quick break. Does anyone else wanna, well, Chris, you
Yeah, I
gave
can,
yours.
well, no, I can,
You can
I'll
refine
fill
it
in.
now?
Yes, I'll refine the rest. So yeah, with Sean's same identical, 29, 25, 40, the premium pay at 900, the water and sewer, the same minus 25 grand to have a buffer, because as far as I'm concerned, no money is coming back. Even though we like to think it, if it never does, then we have no money left and that's the end of it. I'd still like to have some semi-buffer in the end, it's not gonna matter for this vote, I guess, but, so 950,
934, 314.
Yeah.
Yeah.
and that's it.
Whose screen am I looking at there? Is that
Tom's.
This is
Tom's or
Tom's, yeah.
Jackie's? Okay, great. Anyone else? Andrew, you
Yep, I
ready?
can do mine. So I'm gonna have water at 1.1
Let's see what the hour is.
and premium pay 800. And Garden Club 4, Rotary 25.
You've overspent.
I know, but I'm kind of a little bit coming back, so like Tom.
Your guy went off the cliff.
Yeah.
You know, the dollar.
Well, when I went along with Sean's came in, right? Sean's isn't over. That's
No.
why.
Yep, Sean's is
It
fine.
sounded reasonable to me anyway. That's my mindset. Joe and Jeff.
Andrew's gonna cut a check for his overage.
Yeah. All right, let's
Joe
figure out
and
where.
Jeffrey? You wanna
Yeah,
go, Joe?
yeah, I'll do water at 1.3, and then 5 for premium pay, like
Oops.
550. Or basically, I'm just trying to back, I'm having trouble seeing the numbers at the bottom.
So you're at 185.
Yeah, so you have 77,000 or 67,000 left.
Yeah, so add like another, like 17,000 to premium pay then, and the rest to private.
So how do you want to break the 50,000 down?
I like what Mike did, except for the first congregational.
Okay,
So
so,
actually, I'm okay, actually, with the garden argument too, so.
So actually, I think it's 47.
And then
It's
it-
at 40.
I guess then it
yeah,
feels like.
it's
you're giving
47,
them
so
some- You're
So I
not
get
shutting them out a
3.
lot, but it's not. all
you
the
got $3,000 to play with.
Yeah, so essential workers.
That rounds it up to 570 then, I guess, right?
Jeffrey?
Okay, so let's do.
Hold on, before he does that, I just want to make sure he's right. Yep, you're good. Okay. Jeffrey?
950 for water, 900 for premium pay, and then 25 for Rotary and 25 for Chamber of Commerce.
You've got 17 left. You've got 17 left,
I'll sit on that. I guess,
Oh.
other requests then.
Other.
All right, so we don't have the rest of Tom's, I think. Unless you have like 17,000 left?
I have 17,000 left, yeah.
You could hold it in reserve too.
Yeah, it's,
Don't anticipate it coming back, Tom.
there's a lot more coming back. than-
That's,
There's a lot more
have you
coming
ever
back.
given any money back? Nobody's given
Well,
money back.
we're working on grants, so I'll tell you what, there'll be coming.
Ryan was
money
already
coming
talking
back.
about spending money on other places, but in his overages.
Yeah.
You are not getting a nickel back from that. That is for sure.
I'm gonna go just put it up here. There you go. I'm good.
Sorry, where'd you put it?
Water and sewer.
Nobody can
So,
buy a car.
and so there's averages, but then that doesn't reflect, Mark wanted this big amount for the, he was the sole person with the senior center money, but I don't know how, you can't really average that. That's just a senior center capital line. So, all right, I'm gonna call for a 5-minute break, because I need to take it, and we can all think about this. So, we are in recess. combine caffeine and protein, all one thing and replaces something.
They're all
Get
E's.
some cranberry bramble.
Okay. Okay, RAC is back in session. I think we've all had some time to study what is up there. And do we feel like we're comfortable with going with averages? The average of all of our things, or
No.
no?
I mean, if you take Mark's million,
Yeah.
senior center capital and average,
Well, that's not an
125.
average. That's impossible to do. And we could all take a vote on that and on that proposal, since it's the only one, and, take it off the table or leave it on the
It's not on the
table.
agenda, though.
No.
Actually, it is.
Is it?
The last item allows for special reports.
Yes, I specifically
Oh,
kind of
alright.
did it
Is it?
broadly to say possible votes on other requests, because I kind of suspected this might be coming again, because it was.
I think we've already voted by the way people put their money. I mean, you want to make it formal, you can make it formal, but
Yeah.
where everybody put their money is the vote.
I think we'll just make it formal, so it's for the record. So, this is something, we're not quite at 9:45 where I was gonna have continued allocation. That is the only additional recommendation beyond the ones that I've listed in the packet. And, I know Mark put that forth, he's put it forth before, but does anyone want to change their mind and support that, or can we just take a vote on yes or no on this additional allocation towards the senior center? I'll start,
I move that we take a vote on the Mark's proposal for $1 million for senior center capital.
Second.
okay. So this will be a roll call vote.
Should have a discussion first.
If there
Okay,
is
sorry,
any
any
discussion.
discussion?
So just to be clear, I kind of made the point before, but the opportunity here is to use some ARPA funding to reduce the need for additional debt and burden on the taxpayers. And I think that that's a really valid and interesting way to do that. It's similar to other capital kinds of items. Tom makes a good point. It has to go through a bit of a process first. And town meeting and voters have to approve either this project or another. But when we last talked about this, things weren't as clear in terms of an opportunity on the table. And right now there is one on the table to be discussed. So I think this would be a great way to mitigate taxes for seniors in particular, who probably would love to get these services, but have expressed some hesitancy about increased tax rates.
Yes.
Go ahead,
So
Dan.
my alternative to that would be that by taking it out of essentially, reducing the water and the water allocation, that's a much more regressive way to pay for things, because water is also, it's not just the taxpayer, it's all the users. At least I think on the taxpayer side, you would tend, if we fund the senior capital the normal way through debt, it would be spread over a long period of time and tend to hit the higher value properties more. I think taking it out of water is much more regressive.
And I'll just throw in, I think, just having watched the Council on Aging discussion of the senior center, no, I don't know that, I know the seniors want something, I don't know that, we don't know, you don't have your survey results, that they're all on board with this yet, or this use of this. I mean, I guess we want to hear from town meeting, and I agree with Andrew's comments, but I just think it's not disparaging the purchase of it. I've heard a lot of mixed reactions about whether this is the right use for this property, so I think the seniors are getting a lot of benefit out of the $900K that we gave them, and I think they want benefit now, and there may be some who would rather just have $1 million for things now. I also feel like when we're trying to think of what populations we're hitting, this just feels like it's a very large chunk of the money towards a certain thing, and I think we've heard a lot about other needs, and with our survey data and everything, I just feel that this allocation would be inconsistent this time. I think, as Andrew said, any debt for this project too would be spread out over the normal debt time. Does anyone else have anything to add, Chris?
Sean's hand is up as well.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't have the Zoom up, Sean. So Chris, then Sean.
Thanks, Marion. Yeah, I have my $25,000 buffer, so I'm fine with $6,000 or whatever that's gonna go towards the appraisal based off this. We're not voting on that. I'm just using that as me just, saying that something is going towards it. But if we deplete the water enterprise fund, when we set the water rates, they're gonna be recalling 5 select board members at that time because the water is just gonna go through the roof. So it only makes sense to kind of, something that's gonna impact everybody in the community again. I understand there's other priorities and needs and wants, et cetera, but clearly the water is gonna affect everybody. And, next month, whatever it is, everyone's gonna be screaming about it. So that's where I'm at.
Okay, Sean.
Yeah, I mean, much of the same as everybody else. I'm supportive as a citizen of the senior center, whether it's 15,000 or 30,000, I'm gonna vote for it. I'll tell you that right now. I don't think in practice the debt override is at risk, if it's 15 million versus 14 million. I think I said thousands before, I meant millions.
Yeah.
I wish.
If only.
Yeah, really.
We all wish, but in practice, I don't think the debt override is meaningfully more at risk at 15 million versus 14 million, for instance. So pragmatically, I don't see sort of the draw for this, and Andrew stole the words out of my mouth on the progressive piece of it. Property taxes are inherently more progressive. Fidel has convinced me that if we are able to help, support and protect the water enterprise fund, then that supports our transition to tiered usage rates. That feels like an appropriate sort of policy decision for me as well. So that's kind of, I'd rather hold this additional money for water projects than for slightly offsetting the senior center project.
Anyone else?
Already been said.
Okay, so why don't we just take a vote, yes or no, on 1 million for the senior center, and I'll start with Sean.
No.
Tom?
No.
Mark?
Yes.
Chris?
No.
Andrew?
No?
Joe?
No.
Jeffrey?
No.
Mary Ann? No. So it does not pass with 7 noes and 1 yes. So we, as I've indicated in other things, we do not have the final say, and the discussion can
Mark can make his argument against the select board,
Right, but it's all going to be based on what we have here. So now we'll go back to our allocations up there on the spreadsheet. So there's some averages we're converging to, but I still think there's a difference. Less, not so much with the private requests, but I guess the balance between water and sewer and premium pay. And it feels like, the other requests are, 50 to 60K either
Question.
way. Go ahead.
Should we given that the million for the senior center capital is off the table now, should we let Mark reallocate his $1 million?
If you want, would you like to do that, Mark? That's a good point.
I will make water and sewer 1.2 million.
Okay, and how does that ripple to the averages? I can't.
I think Fidel just fell over. Someone's gonna wake him up. Quick jog around the room.
Mary Ann, can I just suggest that, just looking at a couple of the private requests, we've got, 4,000 for the garden club that has 6 of 8, ready, 25,000 for the Rotary that has 7 of 8. We might be able to take a motion at those levels and knock those off.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I was actually just thinking, looking to see if there were averages. I think we seem to be almost unanimous for the
So I'm gonna
Rotary.
make a motion
Go ahead, Andrew.
to allocate $25K for the Reading Rotary, $4,000 for the Reading Garden Club. I'm gonna say $14,000 for the Chamber of Commerce.
Can we, I think I don't, we want to split those into separate motions.
Yeah, it'll
You
be-
had me in the beginning,
Yeah,
and then.
sorry.
and then you
All right,
cut it
well,
off.
why don't we start, you can start, how about you start with the
So
Rotary?
Rotary for 25K.
Second.
You're right, sorry. Should have vote one thing at a time.
Okay, any discussion on 25K for the Rotary? Good, Tom.
I'll make it unanimous and I'll move my 25K, so it'll be, I'm good with that.
Okay. So, I think,
I would just like to add that hopefully in the future, we can work it out where the Rotary doesn't have to pay for this event, because it's the single biggest event in the town, and they shouldn't be worried about making, trying to deal with this kind of thing, whereas other groups in town are getting things done for free, and they're still having to pay on this. So, that's why I'm fine with the 25, but I just hopefully in the future that
you
that
think
we
like
can-
maybe it could come from economic
Yeah, like,
development money or
like
something else?
whatever Fidel mentioned for 24, 25, 26, hopefully they don't have to incur the 25 grand anymore and just worry about putting on the best event that they can.
Okay, so, we've moved in second. Any more discussion? Okay, so let's take a vote to move to recommend allocating 25K to the Rotary. Sean?
Yes.
Tom?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
Chris?
Yes.
Andrew?
Yes.
Joe?
Yes.
Jeffrey?
Yes.
Mary Ann? Yes, so 8-0. Okay, so that's one less request there. The garden club also ought to be, I think,
We
an
move,
easy.
we allocate 4K for the garden club, Reading Garden Club.
Second.
Any discussion? Go ahead, Tom.
I appreciate what everybody wants to do here. It doesn't seem to me, doesn't ring to me as something that's really going to move the needle necessarily. I mean, 4,000 is 4,000. If we end up voting on this, it's not the end of the world in any way, shape, or form. But I have a hard time tying it to pandemic impact and all sorts of other things.
Well,
We
they
talked
weren't able
about-
to hold the plant sale due to the
Well,
pandemic.
I understand that,
There
but
were a bunch
even-
of volunteers running on a lean budget, is what I got
Yep.
from their
Yep,
presentation.
I understand that, but it's not, it's not bringing the whole town together like Reading Rotary did, which is what finally moved my needle in that direction, was thinking about how the town all comes together in that space. They do give back with that money in terms of scholarships and stuff, so that's good, but it's just nickel and diming things, so that's why I'm gonna leave it at 0.
Any other thoughts? Okay, well, we can take the vote on the 4K and see how it goes. Sean?
Yes.
Tom?
No.
Mark?
Yes.
Chris?
Yes.
Andrew?
Yes.
Joe?
Yes.
Jeffrey?
No.
And Mary Ann, yes. So 6-2. The garden club. And we have the First Congregational Church.
I'm going to move the allocate 0 to the First Congregational Church.
Any seconds?
Second.
Any discussion? Good.
I think that there is a lot of good that goes on out of that location. I agree that we can't take care of the flooring and the other activities, but the request to kind of service the garden seemed reasonable, seemed supportive, just seemed like a reasonable approach to me. So I'm happy to not support the motion at 0 and instead have a different motion. So I guess actually, the proper procedure would be to actually offer an amendment now, wouldn't it? I think it would. So can I offer an amendment to make the number for the UCC to $4,000 rather than 0?
And second his amendment?
I'll second the amendment.
Okay, any discussion?
I'm gonna end up voting for this amendment. I came into this kind of thinking this is an all or nothing, but in rereading the request, that the $4,000 really is about that sort of, I'll call it through space between the church and town hall, and so it does have an impact on sort of the beautification of downtown and access to Haven Street and so forth, or access to Woodward Street and so forth. So, so I think helping them with that piece makes sense, whereas maybe the internal facility improvements are a little bit more of a stretch for me.
And I guess, as I'm reading again through their proposal, I can't verify this through research, just they are noting they sought to improve access to the downtown area by contributing our land towards the project of expanding the town hall municipal lot. And if that really did happen, and I don't have Bill Brown here to help confirm, I guess they did contribute something to the town years ago that had value, and they're asking for planning on space that, if we look at this, they want money for landscape planning, and it's gonna be something that the public can access. I don't think it's not interior to the building where the public can't see it, so we could view it as just more downtown beautification that a private party is trying to do. So I would support Mark's amendment. Any other discussion? Okay, so the vote on the table is Mark's amendment to go increase the initial motion of 0 to 4,000, which would complete one of the two first congregational requests, 4,000 for landscape planning. So Sean?
Yes.
Tom?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna just write this. Chris?
No.
I'm sorry, Mark?
Yes.
Andrew?
No.
Joe?
Yes.
Jeffrey?
No.
And Mary Ann, yes. So we have a split,
Does not pass.
does not pass.
And now back to the original motion.
Yep, now we're back to the motion for 0 for the First Congregational Church. Any discussion?
I don't know if I can do this, but I'll change my vote to yes if it,
Which vote?
on the amendment.
The amendment, on the amendment?
Yep.
To make it 5-3,
Yes.
so it passes. You're allowed, I
He
think,
was just trying to avoid the recursive loop.
Yes. And then we're gonna vote for.
I guess I want to make sure I didn't violate something, but
Yeah.
it's not, the vote was not finalized.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
you could do I mean, there's no winner, so how do you can't even do a motion to reconsider because there's no winning side, so, yeah.
It's someone from the losing?
There's no losing, well,
Yeah.
Well, if that is, it didn't pass, so it would be the losing side, which would be Andrew, yes?
Do you want, or what, you want to just take the,
Why don't we make it 39999?
let's just let him change it, I suppose, and doesn't,
Yeah.
somebody wants
Yeah.
to file an open meeting law thing against us for that, then
the committee will
trouble.
be gone, well,
Yeah.
the ad hoc will be gone. So,
so that's
so
the
what does that
4,000
leave
passed.
us?
So that
So,
leaves us, we have to take a
so what's
final
the
vote
top?
on the 4,000. I
Yep,
think.
so now you have to take a final vote on the
Oh,
4,000.
good.
Yep.
Good, so the final vote, I wasn't sure if we had that. The final vote on the 4,000. Any discussion
could be
before we take a
interesting.
final vote on the
Is
4,000?
Andrew gonna say no now?
Okay,
It fails this one?
DraftKings
over here.
go ahead, Chris.
For clarification, because I didn't see it in there, they really gave property to the town? Is that what?
That's what they said.
It would've been a long time ago.
Many years ago, the church saw, I don't know when the town hall parking lot was expanded. They called it many years ago.
Yeah.
I mean, they expanded it, so now it's a giant parking lot that presumably serves the church on Sunday
Right.
and the town hall for the rest of the
Yeah.
week, right?
And the ballet people on Saturdays.
Yeah.
And creative arts and a lot of other people.
So, I mean, they got some benefit too, they feel.
Yeah, if it was land that they weren't using during the week. Okay, so, any more discussion? So the motion on the table is to recommend to the select board that they allocate $4,000 to the First Congregational Church for landscape planning. And I'll do the roll call vote. Sean?
Yes.
Tom?
No.
Mark?
Yes.
Chris?
Yes.
Andrew?
Yes.
Joe?
Yes.
Jeffrey?
No.
And Mary Ann, yes. So, 6-2. So how much money now does that leave us to divide between?
We should do the
We still have
rate
chamber,
change.
chamber, yeah.
Oh, we didn't do that, I'm sorry. So, the chamber, and they were asking for 29 this year, and we averaged at 17. Do we have that? There's definitely some variation.
Yeah.
So can I offer a motion at 25, which seems like it should have, oh no, never mind, that does not have enough votes either.
Could I offer a motion at $14,000 to support Shop the Reddings and business support during the upcoming construction?
Which has already happened, so you're going, yeah, that's a good idea to look into their specific requests, so they could say, so, but you're not fine,
I'll second the motion. At
versus the
14.
memberships, okay. So, any discussion of Mark's motion for 14,000? Looking at in the packet at the requests, so as Mark said, the Shop the Reddings, they wanted 10,000, business support during construction, 4,000, which is happening, and the one that we wouldn't be funding is the complimentary memberships, for 15,000.
I guess the argument with that is the businesses that dropped off there, that they're offering, there's a reason why they're not re-upping their memberships. Now, it might be that they went out of business, which is unfortunate, it's probably only a handful, but the other ones, the cost analysis that they did, they can't afford to spend, the $200-300 on some membership with the chamber, and, it all comes down to dollars and cents for small businesses now. So as much as I'd love to support the 14,000, I still want it to be the full 29. So I'd be voting no on the 14, only because I want the 29. Because if the 14 passes, we're all done.
So make an amendment, Chris.
I will amend it to the 29,000.
Second.
Any discussion on Chris's amendments? Go ahead, Mark.
Thanks, Marianne. So I am fully supportive of the activities, and that's why I think Shop the Reading makes great sense, as well as supporting the community during construction. The Chamber's a private organization, and whether people decided to rejoin or not is often a private decision. And I think our mission isn't to kind of help out a private business in that sense, in their membership mission, but much more so to support the business community. So I will be opposing the full 29K, although supportive of the 14.
I think if I could just comment on that, the chamber does more than just what's written here. It's numerous events around town, ribbon cuttings, et cetera. None of those the town isn't just paying for those kind of things to happen. So it's more in depth than that. So that's why,
Do they only do ribbon cuttings if someone's a member?
I can't give a guaranteed decision on that. I know Classified Realty just did theirs. I'm not sure if they're a member or not. I can look in the next 2 minutes to see if they're listed on their site. I don't see why they wouldn't be, but that might have carried over because they were in a different location in Reading and,
Yeah,
kind of
maybe.
thing. I'm just saying that they're doing these other additional things in Reading that, a lot of people aren't seeing. I just think that I understand that they're a private organization, they can do whatever they want, but they did Winterfest, they're doing all these other various events, not in the same tier as the Fall Street Fair Rotary people, but they're still doing something. So to just blanket it as a private business, I strongly disagree with that. That they're doing more than just existing.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Was there something about whether North Reading was contributing and we ought to be,
I don't think I don't believe North Reading was giving money, and I was opposing it originally because of it, but I'd like it to be funded at this point. That was brought up at the select board, I believe.
I thought that they said North Reading was kicking in some money. Am I not remembering that right?
If they are, then this number would be off.
Maybe this number was originally 55,000.
Yes,
Yeah.
recall their letter says they're anticipating funding of 25,000 from the state. That was from their July letter, and I don't know if that's money that's held up. I have no
It's
idea.
But that's 29 and 25 is the 54.
Right, but
So-
that's how they came down from it.
So if North Reading gave money, it would have been half of that, right?
I
Half
mean,
of
no,
the
it says here
14?
that North Reading's contributing to Shop the Readings.
But what's the
database.
figure?
I don't know, they're just saying,
Because, yeah, it's true, I wouldn't want to give, if North Reading gave 7 and now we're giving them more than what they asked for, then I wouldn't.
The funding from North Reading you're talking about, I think is just part of the history of Shop the Readings. I don't think that's a recent occurrence as a result of ARPA funding or anything like that. So I don't think it factors in.
no, they say they got a Mass Office of Travel and Tourism grant of 24.7K to create a.
No, what we're talking about is that Shop the Readings contributes to both Reading and North Reading. So if we're funding the full 14,000 for Shop the Readings, we're giving North Reading businesses Reading's ARPA money, half of it essentially. Whereas that's why we have to check and see if North Reading was contributing or not. I thought that they weren't, but I could be incorrect.
I put this in the same category as some of the Burbank Y funding. Like, you know, I get it that this is Reading and not North Reading. You know, I live closer to North Reading town line than I do town hall, for instance. So it doesn't feel like that distinct a community. I think accidentally helping our neighbors a little bit is not the worst thing in the world, especially on the scale of these dollars that we're talking about here. So I don't know if I'm agreeing with you or not, Chris, but I'm comfortable with the 29. I don't lose sleep over the fact that Shop the Readings also benefits North Reading.
No, it's more of if they're giving the $7,000, now that we're giving, say they were giving half, we're now giving more than what the chamber had asked for. That's the difference.
And, you know, maybe that could be part of the recommendation to the select board is if they get support from North Reading, that's one of those things that we sort of claw back as a portion of our support for Shop the Readings.
So so I can modify my amendment to up to $29,000 is what we could do.
So that would be our vote of up to 29 pending these other things? Once.
Pending
Your amendment.
finding out, Tom has something.
Was 29 the original motion? Or was it
No,
amended?
14 was the
14
original.
was the.
29 is the amendment.
14, so 29 is the amendment. And Tom, you had your hand up?
I was just going to say, I mean, this is the second or third iteration of the letter from them. The first one was written to both Reading and North Reading. This one is written to Reading, and they've reduced the costs. So I'm going to assume going into this vote that this is the Reading ask of whatever their other stuff was, right? Because they've much more targeted this letter than the original letter that was kind of broadcast in both towns. The numbers come down for various different reasons, et cetera. I'm fine with the up to, and I'm actually going to come in and say I'm moving my number from 0 here to the 29. I talked myself into it as we were in the break, reminding myself that, you know, a lot of the ARPA funding was supposed to go towards business recovery related things. That said, there are various different PPE things that some businesses have been able to do, but how many times have we talked, like we, the collective, talked about supporting Reading businesses for the last however many years and trying to grow the Reading business base? You know, in addition to that, this is a nonprofit organization, not a for-profit business, so we shouldn't just say, oh, they're a private business. They're a nonprofit business. So that's a completely different thing. Like, they're not in this to make the money, they're in this to help other people make money. Obviously, in many cases, nonprofits have to pay people to actually run the business, and that's where their money goes. But this is not a for-profit business that we're talking about. I also want to remind the committee of other things we talked about in the past in this group, and that they are outside of just downtown, right? Nobody's brought up bid recently, but this group goes all the way up north, all the way down, all the way around town. Wherever your business is, if it's in your home, they support it. It's not just the downtown business district as well. So it's the most far-reaching, organization to help small businesses in town. So I'm moving my vote on this one to be pro the 29,000.
So should I still do the amendment up to 29,000, or are we good with just flat 29?
That's up to you. It's your amendment. I'm perfectly fine with
I'll do
29.
29, and then I'll keep it like that, and at the select board, we can always change it if need be.
Any more discussion on
And following up Chris's thing about the potential, you know, are we sort of helping fund North Reading at this point? The same thing might be true for the free memberships. I don't know if it's 15 grand for free memberships for North Reading businesses too, so I just asked that the select board consider that in the final vote.
Yeah,
We'll get clarification.
I think, you know, and the head of the Reading Chamber she could probably be emailing me right now. She's very, very responsive and been checking things, and that could have been a question we asked. I think I was assuming at this point everything was Reading only, because we had brought that up a few times.
She does say in the request, priority will be given to Reading businesses with under 10 employees and those which are minority or woman-owned. So that clearly is the intent. I mean, I suppose it's possible that if not enough Reading businesses seek this support or seek this membership support, then maybe they might extend it to North Reading businesses. But that's clearly the intent, is to prioritize Reading businesses.
Yeah, that's true what Sean's saying, because you still have, you can't force someone, like if Cafe Capri drop their membership, you can't force them to be like, here, we're gonna do this for you, and if they never respond, then it is what it is and they move on. So it is true that I could see where they'll prioritize Reading, just like the Y was gonna prioritize for a week or two.
This is exactly the same with the Y.
Yeah, so I could see that.
Any further discussion? All right, so the motion on the table is the amendment to the 14K, which is Chris's amendment to 29, up to
Yes.
29K?
Not just 29,000.
Just 29K. So we can take a vote now on the 29K. Sean?
Yes.
Tom?
Yes.
Mark?
No.
Chris?
Yes.
Andrew?
No.
Joe?
Yes.
Jeffrey?
Yes.
Mary Ann, yes. So 6-2 on the 29K. So
Now we have to actually vote on the 29K.
now that overrides the 14K. So now this is the final motion to recommend to the select board to allocate 29K to the North Reading Chamber of Commerce. Second, I guess I moved it. Any discussion on the 29K? Is the final? Okay, so I'll do the final vote again. Labeling it, I know Jackie's doing all of this for my notes. Sean?
Yes.
Tom?
Yes.
Mark?
No.
Chris?
Yes.
Andrew?
No.
Joe?
Yes.
Jeffrey?
Yes.
And Mary Ann, yes, same ratio. Okay, so what does that leave us with the last two?
Leaves us with 1.855314 million.
1.855314?
Yep.
Okay. And the way our averages were on that, it was like
It's
working
one-
out that,
yeah.
1 million for water, sewer, 8, a little bit less. I mean, the water sewer could go up a little bit, but I don't think it would go to 1.1 to hit the average on premium pay.
I mean, if we're gonna work off of averages, then I want to zero out water and sewer.
No, I mean, I'm just saying, like,
No, I know.
how it breaks up. If you tried to go a lot higher on water and sewer, I feel like the floor for us is the premium pay. Like, what is the minimum we would want to do that? Because water and sewer, I think they're happy with what we're giving them, the premium pay, along with, the coach stuff we've discussed. That's going to make a lot more individual difference.
Yeah, so I see 5 votes at 900,000, so, I mean, maybe to get the conversation started, can I offer a motion that we recommend 900,000 for premium pay?
Second.
Okay, so any discussion of Sean's motion? Okay. Seeing no discussion.
If it was 900K, what does that reduce the water down to?
955,314, so this is where we end up, these two cells. If you fully allocate and don't leave anything to the side.
Did you get you had a 0 in garden club?
I know, but I have accounted for it up here by taking 4,000 out of it twice for both
Right.
garden club and congregational.
Very tricky.
Well, before we get, are we thinking of any kind of hold back money? I mean, you're talking about money coming back like from Board of Health, like it's easy to look and make it round numbers and say 900 and 955 for hold back. And that's just easy for me at this hour to think. Do people have strong feelings about hold back money?
I personally
Lefter?
want to hold 20 or 25,000. That's, I mean, like I said, I don't anticipate any of this money coming back ever, even though we just heard about maybe whatever.
Don't we still have, I don't remember what the number is, but don't we still have a significant amount held for PPE that's unspent?
Like 130K
We
or
have
something like
we have
that?
130K for PPE unspent.
We don't have it, just to be
Right.
clear.
The Board of Health has it.
The Board of Health technically has it. Sean, the schools have promised that we're gonna be applying for grants and we're gonna give money back. Right?
Yeah, I'm comfortable with no holdback. I'm just so I understand functionally though, the allocation to the Board of Health, is that sunset at some point? When would it come back to the select board to reallocate?
Does it at the end of the fiscal year or no, or till the end of the ARPA period?
You'd have to be
They have to
before that
spend it
because
by the-
you have to know, it has to be encumbered by 12/31/2024. So you need to know well before that if you need to allocate it to something else.
But that's the thing, if they hold on to it for the next year or two, we're left still with technically zero, even though we believe we're getting the money back. I just think it's very dicey to do that on the anticipation that it's definitely coming back.
So just,
Yeah, so I hear that point, Chris. I guess just two things. I mean, one is, and obviously I'm not on the select board, but if I were, I might be asking myself, how long do we sort of expect the Board of Health to sit on that for pandemic-related response? If the pandemic changes shape dramatically in the next year or two, we're going to find ourselves in a different place strategically. I don't know if $20,000 or $25,000 is going to make a difference, or so that's number one. And then number two is we still have things like FinCom reserves and other sort of short-term support for short-term spending needs. So I don't, for me, I don't know if the $20,000 or $25,000 here moves the needle on anything significant. That's all.
Can the FinCom reserves pay for an appraisal on a building?
They can be used for anything, I think, right?
it just has to be paid back. I mean, it can be, but it has to be paid back. So it's like a credit card.
But it requires
A vote?
a vote of the select board and FinCom.
Yep.
And nominally, it's to cover kind of unexpected things that took place before the next town meeting. That's nominally what it's sitting there for, not really as a credit card.
Well, I mean, it
Yeah,
got
I know,
used to
but-
help with some inflation costs on things this year, and then we got
Yeah.
paid back, I mean, things like that.
Things that happen between town meetings is usually how we use it. So it's something that needs to be paid for, but it's, waiting till the next town meeting would be disadvantageous or problematic. It's not really a source of funds. It's,
How about we reserve $5,314, and so we make both round numbers? I mean, we can't leave it with nothing. I must mark or something.
no, so what I was gonna suggest, I think it makes sense to leave like a $50,000 number in there for now, as a buffer, to be, who knows what it's gonna be. We do anticipate money coming back from potentially a variety of things, money that just isn't gonna get spent in time, and I think that's all great. We don't know what's gonna come down the pike, and that would be the point in having a buffer in here. I was celebrating initially when I thought we were gonna get a bunch of money back from the Board of Health, and then suddenly realized appropriately from the board pushing back saying, this is in case of emergency, it should stay there, particularly because we're still playing with craziness, whether it's monkeypox or whatever. Hopefully, they calm down, hopefully that money can come back in, and that's wonderful. I don't think we should be betting on it.
I mean, it may be paying for vaccinations, for example, like that's gonna be an ongoing thing. They could, I don't know how much that costs, what we get from the feds, but I think that's something they'd be trying to help seniors with now, help everyone with, really pushing for boosters for the people who want it, because I hear it's very low. So Board of Health may find a use for maybe a third of that, I don't know how much they spend.
Yeah, and I think
So
that the
even-
town, the schools, the Board of Health all should be talking and figuring it out, and the last judgment I heard was not yet.
Because the state isn't giving any money for tests anymore,
I mean, we could always do 900 and 900.
and leave the
And like-
55K, that's what I
Yeah.
said.
Oh.
So I want to kind of speak on this. So I've been kind of very pensive about kind of how much to put into the premium pay. I'm very uncomfortable at $900,000. I think it's gone from kind of this notion of kind of thank you, it's kind of taken on a bit of a life of its own. It's kind of, it's almost 50% more. I'm not comfortable with a number in that range. So the kind of the round number thing, if 900 is the will of the group, that's fine. That's not a number that I'm going to support. I just think it's more than the thank you that we had envisioned. And I think it's taking a significant chunk out of what we might do. If water and sewer is the thing that's now getting kind of whittled down, and that's where we think the other priority is, I'd rather spend the extra few $100,000s there.
Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, no, I would completely agree with Mark, because, I mean, I started at zero. Up until about a month ago, I was at zero with, premium loss pay, right? So, but I've heard a lot of good arguments, right? Well, we should, put some money there, but I'm still more like 500, 600,000, right? And I still think that again, like the numbers are still relatively small. Like some of these people are talking like 800 versus 1,200. I really don't think, I think that their commitment needs to be recognized, but I think if you look at the town more broadly and back to the survey, and what other communities are doing, we're a big outlier here, giving 12% of our ARPA money, to premium pay. And I just think if we're gonna vote that way, we should really think that that's the way we wanna spend it.
Yeah, I guess that was low on this survey, other than in certain groups, but I think, we're not strictly adhering to the survey, but that was not.
Directionally, I mean, the survey was directionally, but,
Yeah.
but I mean, again, like the other towns in Massachusetts have not given much money yet to this, right? So.
Yeah, they started off, the very first group that came to us, I think they were presenting examples of 11%, that some other communities, and these were also communities that, like Arlington, they got a lot more money to begin with.
And that was a subset of communities that were given anything, right?
Right.
Which was a pretty low number, so.
Yeah, it was less than 30, I think, initially. I don't know where it is now, but it was less than 30, because I remember there were 351 communities in the Commonwealth, and I remember it was well below 10%.
I
It
think
was also
only-
early in the process, right?
The only real counter to that is that this is the entire reason why that the ARPA money was created, was premium pay, essential workers, et cetera. Reading just so happened to take, because we were under 10 million, it went that
Here's our
direction.
list.
But I mean, in the grand spirit of of ARPA, that's, premium pay was the number one outlier there. Whether or not it's reflected in the survey results is, a different story. Everyone's gonna want something else that is tangible to them, as opposed to a token of what ARPA was really for. So that's the kind of the mix with
The
that.
thing is with us is we went well beyond, the communities, I'm just looking, one of the lists that I think the firefighters gave us, some of the communities that we're paying, we're limiting it to certain essential workers, not, we've kind of thrown every town and school employee into our mix, which is why we're coming up with a higher number. If we're trying to say, recognize everybody and not say, well, only, police and fire, like what people call the essential. We have a broader definition of essential workers than maybe some of the communities that have funded things, which I think is why our number has tended higher. Go ahead, Mark.
I think it's very appropriate that we, if we are deciding to do some kind of premium pay, that we are very inclusive, for all sorts of reasons. Everybody was forced out of their, you can call it comfort zone, danger zone, whatever. We set up a nice system, I think, that tries to recognize some differences and balance some things. And I think that's right, too. My concern is with the overall dollar amount that we're talking about. You know, I think, 650 was a number that I kind of had felt okay about. I just am concerned that, again, all of these are setting priorities. This is hitting a modest number of people who, I feel are deserving of some kind of premium pay. That's not the issue. The question is, how much do we allocate given all the other priorities that we have? And I think, given the last two categories we're playing with, I think water and sewer, merits a more substantial number here. So I'm kind of staying with my 650 on premium and $1.2 million on water sewer.
Okay, and Sean has his hand up.
Yeah, I mean, I beyond believing that this is the right thing to do and frankly wishing we could do more, in a really difficult labor environment, I think if we take the wider view of things, I think, being a little bit of an outlier as a town that took care of the people that took care of us during the pandemic is not a bad thing. The trade-off for 100,000 or 200,000 to water and sewer to be spread across 25,000 homes is just doesn't move the needle for me. I'd rather get to a number that feels better to me here on premium pay, which is 900,000, which I think is the motion on the table.
I think, well,
It
I
is.
don't know if we made a motion.
It is. Sean made a
Sean
motion.
made the motion,
I did
okay.
make the motion, yeah, I
Yeah,
just don't
okay.
remember if it was seconded or not.
So,
Right. And Tom has a comment?
first of all, I'm fully in favor of the 900,000, I think, which is obvious. But just so people understand the magnitude of difference,
Between 650.
between
and
650 and 900, using Model 4 with the 18,000 we had before, which is obviously going to be adjusted as we talked about. But, a cafeteria worker who was literally out there feeding our families as they were driving by and
With their
whatnot,
masks
with their
coming off.
masks coming off and whatnot.
Some of the time.
At the 900,000 would get just shy of $1,800. At the 650,000 would get shy of $1,300. So it's a $500 difference. For somebody who makes a relatively low amount of money, that's a pretty big difference. If you look at that one, if you look at some of our, teachers, it would take teachers from, $1,146 to $829. So they're losing $300, right? So, I mean, it's real differences for people, appropriately as this goes on. So I think people may say, it's just $400. Well, for some of those people, that's a lot of money. And I would think that that's something we have a lot of people, like Mary Ann's point, we threw a lot of people in this essential worker bucket that a lot of other towns did not, because of some of the equity arguments that were made in the room. And now we shouldn't just back away from that. By throwing those people in, we essentially said, we're going to try and actually do something for you too.
And Mark had a follow-up, and then I'll.
Yeah, so, folks, this is kind of what I was afraid was going to happen when we started jockeying on the numbers in the beginning. There isn't an expectation of a certain amount of money that people would be getting. We, as a group, are going to make a recommendation to the select board about what is an amount of money that we feel is a token gesture and is something that we're willing to allocate a decent amount of our ARPA funds for. The notion that we're pulling back from a number like 800 or 900 just isn't true. It's a model that we put together. We're trying to figure out what can we afford, what can we offer that is thanking people for what's going on here. But it also is respectful of all the citizens of the town and all the different things that are impacting all the citizens of the town. And I feel that the numbers we're talking about, the 800, the 1,300, things like that, are in the range of being a thank you. It's not a gift card, which was kind of one of the concerns that came up in the very beginning, nor is it something that you're going to go take a family vacation to Hawaii with. But it's a thank you. And I think that whatever number we come up with is really accomplishing that. And I think that we want to be respectful of the entire community with what we're doing. So recognizing the extraordinary efforts, and I think the equity issue is spot on in terms of how we did it. It's an issue of how much money are we willing to put into this bucket. That's it. Thanks.
Okay, Chris?
Yeah, I don't think any other community has a spreadsheet set up like this. And I always am at odds when I hear that, how are our peer communities doing and what is everyone else doing? I don't care about anybody else. It's Reading and that is it. If Gloucester wanted to give all their money to water sewer, Fidel would be in Gloucester. So, like,
Don't go. Don't
I
go.
don't like the comparisons with other communities. It's always, what is Reading doing? If we're gonna be the outlier, and at the end of the day, a cafeteria worker is getting 1,800 compared to 1,300, like 1,800 going into the winter and everything else now, like, it is a game changer to, I'll take 1,800 now myself, kind of scenario. It's definitely, that is a sizable difference for me to be able to say like, it's not 13 compared to 1444, like, those you're splitting hairs, but that's a significant difference. And like I said, ARPA, the whole spirit of what it was designed was premium pay essential workers. I understand we added additional people, but I mean, that's Reading. This is who we are, and I'm fine with the 900,000.
Any further discussion on the 900,000?
I just want to clarify one thing. So Chris, just a reminder that everybody we're including would, I think, qualify in the definition of essential workers in the initial ARPA guidelines. It was, people who worked in public-facing roles during the state of emergency, essentially.
Well, I guess I'm including the coaches aspect and everything else, that I would be hard pressed to find other communities hold a candle to what you and Tom have assembled on there, so.
And I'll again give 99.9% of the credit to Tom. We worked through the concept together, but Tom did all the engineering here for sure.
Any more discussion on the 900? So we have a motion on the table for 900K to premium pay. So why don't we take a vote and see where we are on that. Just writing that down. So, John?
Yes.
Actually, Mary Ann, sorry.
Oh, so, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Can I make an amended motion on the amount, or?
You can, we'll have to
So-
take a vote and discussion on it. Go ahead.
I'm just trying to see if there's a middle ground, even coming up to 700, 750, not the full 900.
Is that a motion?
Yeah.
So Joe has a motion of amending the 900 to 750.
I'll second.
Okay. Any discussion on the 750? And I'll start by asking Tom, so what does that work out to for our cafeteria worker? Is hypothetical, is it in the middle of the two?
Call it 1,500. It's a 1/6 reduction, so it's 1,800 to 1,500.
He's probably right, yeah.
Or it's a 1/6 increase, depending on how you look at it.
And we're only using,
The amendment is a 1/6 reduction from the original motion.
and we're only using cafeteria worker because they are definitely the lowest on our entire spreadsheet. Is that the case?
They are, what do you mean by the lowest?
Like, who is the
They-
lowest?
They're in the lowest pay.
They're in the
Oh,
lowest
okay.
pay grade and the highest touch. So
Okay.
they,
Yeah.
that's how it was done. So, and it's using the assumptions that are currently in the model, right? So it's the 25% assumption, right? So that can be adjusted, but Sean's right. Cafeteria went from 1790.89 to 1501.62. So, yeah, it more or less dropped $300 off, like dropping the number by,
You're really saying Sean's off by $1.
Sean's off by $1,
Oh, yeah. You can buy the car for it.
so.
Well, Chris, the 750 was the number you started the evening off with at some point, or started our thing off.
Yeah,
So-
the only thing I'd say too is I think this would be something that would really send a message if we agreed unanimously, right? So rather than a divided vote. I don't know.
So, because I guess, there were 6 of us that were leaning towards higher and 2 lower than this, but then this is splitting it, and,
It's not splitting it down the middle, I'll say that.
Yeah.
And the average
Right.
is what, 850 over there? So
I'm sorry, Jeffrey?
it looks like the average is what, 815?
Yes, the average is 815.
So, 750 is even less than the average.
So
How
there,
should we
there's a
do it?
motion. We have to vote on the motion. There might be another amendment.
We're still discussing the motion.
Maybe I
like-
would remodify to 815039, and if, only if we can get it unanimous, because it is true. I like what Joe said, it's, no, there's no, we can't make everyone a winner in this, we can't, the end result is, yes, somebody's getting something. Like I harped on, everyone was thinking they were going to die back in 2019, 20, in the early onset of this. So, if we can really put ourselves back in that mindset of what it was then, not what it is now, I mean, we'd be giving the entire ARPA money back then to all of these people, the whole amount, and nobody would think twice of it. But here we are, sitting nowadays and just taking it for granted what happened back then. I would like to modify it to 815039 if we could, and maybe get it unanimous with that.
Well, I think we still need to
Okay.
take
All right, so
vote.
we'll do on the
so
second.
as I think,
Are we still discussing the amendment? I hear you, Joe, I think our police officers and DPW workers, and cafeteria workers would rather have a 6-2 vote at a higher number than a lower number. So I don't know I'm not sure who the message is to exactly, but,
well, we have the 750 modification on the table. And I guess what I'm thinking out of this, or whatever number we get to, is just, I had brought up the survey. The will of the people on the survey was more for water and sewer than premium pay, just in terms of the split, if we're looking at this last bit of money. Not that we're trying to rigidly
Well, we
adhere
already
to
put
that.
some into water and sewer, right? We did
Oh.
400 already.
650 already.
650 already.
And we're going to add another 900 or something if we take the numbers talked about. So that's
So
1.5
it's still gonna be
million,
more towards water and
significantly more
sewer.
towards water and sewer.
That's a good point, Jeffrey. Well, any more discussion on Joe's 750K modification? I think he was, he was hoping to get unanimity, but like Sean said, a winning vote is a winning vote. We ready to take a vote on the 750 modification to the original 900K?
Yep.
Okay. So for the 750, I'll just keep going in the same order. Sean?
no.
Tom?
No.
Mark?
Yes.
Chris?
No.
Andrew?
No.
Joe?
Yes.
Jeffrey?
No.
Mary Ann, just for the record, yes. So the motion does not carry. So now we are back to the original motion for 900K. Any discussion on that?
Well, do we have a modified motion for 850?
Not yet, if Chris wants to make it.
Is any, yeah, I mean, that's part of the
I will
discussion.
see how the 900 goes, and then we'll split the difference.
The 900 is gonna be done if that's what we.
Well, we'll see. I'm voting yes on 900, so that's what we'll see.
Okay,
guys.
are we ready to vote on our 900K to premium pay? So, Sean,
Yes.
Tom,
Yes.
Mark,
No.
Chris,
Yes.
Andrew,
No.
Joe,
No.
Jeffrey,
Yes.
What are we at?
we're at Mary Ann.
4 to
drinking
3.
the tie. I'm gonna say yes, so that's 5 to 3 in favor of the 900K. And it's weird because I favored the 750, but I think Jeffrey's comment reminded me about the 650 on the water. It still made me feel like, so I guess we have the rest for water, or, because I think we were not talking
Well, there was
about
the
that.
question of
Are
whether
you
you
carrying
Yeah,
this
leave
5
something
to
behind.
3?
I'm sorry?
Yes, I'll fix
5
that.
to
Thank
3.
you. There are not 9 people. Thank you, Sean.
Yeah, I didn't say 5-4, I said 5-3, didn't I?
Yep, it was 5-3.
So what is the amount that is now left?
This number right here is what's left,
1044,
955314.
955314.
So it's a question of whether or not you want to leave a reserve or not, or if you believe we already really have reserves built into some of the things we already allocated.
What do people view as the purpose of the reserve? To pay for,
And like, using an example, the appraisal that would be needed for the Walgreens Hardin thing that was brought up the other night, that's roughly $6,000 or something. It's not only that, it's obviously more things are gonna come up throughout the year. Whether or not we can buy more wetlands for $4,000 and doing their appraisals, then we're gonna have to go and take boats and do all this stuff when, you know, we would just have that kind of buffer. And it's, if you did $25,000, it's only $25,000, you know what I mean? Just to know that we're gonna have that kind of fail-safe in case something comes, something comes up.
And there would be, and then at that point, the select board would make a decision, what legitimate town expense can this go towards if nothing came up?
Right.
Someone can always find a home for $25,000.
In the end, we could just put it all
Go
back
cut
into.
some more trees down or something.
Yeah,
In
yeah.
the end, we
Phase
could
three.
just put it all back into water anyway.
So are
if
you,
we're
are
left
you,
with the
are you
money.
making a motion for $25,000 in reserve?
Yes.
Okay, any seconds?
I'll say.
Any discussion?
Yeah, just a thought, I recognize that this pool of money is explicitly for the select board to allocate, so it sort of is irrelevant, but all the things that you're discussing, Chris, are exactly what the FinCom reserves are designed for. It's not clear to me that, where we have FinCom reserves in place as a result of, years of good policy practice and our bylaws and so forth, or the charter and so forth, it's not clear to me that it makes sense to create a separate pool of money that's a reserve that doesn't require the FinCom to be engaged.
It's the select board slush fund.
I'm not gonna call it slush funds, I don't believe that the select board.
I'm
would
joking.
wait-
It's
wait- no, I know.
the select board reserve.
That's essentially we're creating a select board reserve, which is not something we've done by practice in the past. Again, this is the select board money to allocate, by law, so I recognize that it's not the same as, town meeting allocated dollars, but it's just not clear to me what the rationale is when we have FinCom reserves in place that would accommodate all of the needs of, the types of needs that we're talking about here.
But you have a comment?
I do, thank you.
Then we'll go to the group.
So, at the meeting yesterday, we talked about the notion of due diligence, right, on the Walgreens building, and the fact that that due diligence is going to have some costs associated with it. One of those items is doing a commercial appraisal, right, which will tell us essentially what is the value of that property in the market. We also have to do, third-party unbiased inspections, right? So, on the roof, on the mechanicals, on the electricals, all those things. I think that a modest $25,000, I think would take care of those kind of. So I am just wondering if a direct vote to due diligence of the Walgreens building is better.
So it could be $25,000 of the $1 million you wanted to give. Okay, right? Because effectively it's the same, Tom, go ahead.
We've already allocated 300,000 of the 900,000 for search-related activities.
But it's not clear we can
Take the money
do
and
that.
move it.
We had
Well, it's a
discussion about
feasibility
that.
study, so would a feasibility study include?
Yeah,
I
so
would argue that wasn't very clear about exactly what that money was for anyway, and that you're feasibly studying whether you can do the Walgreens building.
Well,
So
part of
you-
that
you
is
could-
it feasible when we inspect it and we find out something?
At our meeting last night, we asked town council exactly this question, and her response is that due diligence costs to purchase a building. She feels like it's not in the spirit of the original vote.
300, is that 300K?
So
coming
reconsider
back
the
then?
vote. You have a 5-0 vote for $300,000. Reconsider the vote. It's in your own hands, right? It's in
Well,
your
so
hands.
What's happening with we allocated 300K for a feasibility study. I guess you don't have your senior center survey back. Could it be possible that, this is so circular. I mean, this is
I
beyond
think
the
it's
scope
more
of,
of, it's,
we're evaluating.
regardless
but-
of any of that, I think that just having the $25,000 buffer, I understand that if we had to get FinCom money and whatnot, you still got to go to FinCom to get it. If there's more pressing issues that come up, then it's just the select board voting on the money and calling it a day, not having to go to FinCom and doing X,
I
Y,
mean,
Z.
you could come to
It's-
FinCom next week on the 19th and ask for money for reserves if you needed it, I suppose.
I think if I'm FinCom, I wouldn't feel comfortable allocating, reserves towards a hypothetical. Me personally.
Yeah.
So why are we comfortable allocating reserves to a hypothetical?
You mean ARPA?
You mean ARPA?
ARPA reserves.
Because we'll have 0 ARPA dollars left and we're done. Unless we get money back.
If we are going to proceed, we're going to have to do this. So it's a clear need. It's a defined project. And frankly, it allows the process to move quickly, which allows it to get to town meeting and the voters potentially sooner.
So this would be, if this were allocated, select board you're not meeting until the 25th, but this would be immediately used conceivably.
No, we'd have to
You-
vote.
we have
So
to
would
vote
you
on it on the
change your
25th.
reserve to something specific, 25K towards associated costs with
No, we
negotiating on the
just,
senior
we
center? You
just, we just minus the 25 off the water and vote the water at 9/20, 3/14.
And leave the rest to the
Correct.
select board? Okay, Sean has his hand up.
Yeah, so I was thinking along the same lines as you, Mary Ann. Chris, I hear you and I understand that. I'm hesitant, I'm really hesitant to go down a path that, bypasses the established role of FinCom. And so I think an approach might be to do what kind of Mary Ann was suggesting, which is to recommend the allocation of up to $25,000 for the purpose of, conducting commercial appraisal and third-party inspections of the Walgreens property. And if you don't end up spending that $25,000, then guess what? Select board has $25,000, but we haven't explicitly created a pool outside of FinCom or outside of FinCom's reserve fund. So that to me feels like a cleaner way to approach this. It's not that I expect the select board to do anything shady. It's just recognizing we have a FinCom for a reason, and I don't see the need to deviate from that in this instance.
I'm just hesitant because of the whole agenda thing, but if it's fine because it's on the agenda, then I'm fine with what Sean just proposed. If it's not, then I am not.
I said, any possible individual member recommendations is on the agenda. I mean, technically, all of this money is the select board's money anyway, and if we didn't recommend your 25 and just appropriated, water and sewer money less 25, then it becomes the select boards anyway, and all the other select boards all across the state, most of them are just making decisions themselves, so it's semantics at this point, but like what Sean and I said, we would be telling you a purpose to put it towards, and then I guess you would also retain the rest of it. So what we're saying is, we're gonna take 25K less towards water and sewer. I think Fidel would be happy he's getting it either way, if that went.
Can we find out what Jeff and Joe are discussing? Is there
Yeah, I'm
something
sorry,
we
I was
should
getting
know?
to that end.
Is there a
We're
concern?
just talking about the FinCom meetings, that there is one next week.
There's one next week,
And
and
then
then there's the
financial.
financial forum the following week. So we had a motion on the table from Chris to hold back 25K towards the water money. It might be easier do we want to vote, we could consider that, we could just pick water money and then say, well, the leftover is for select board. Do you want to amend your request, or do you want to
I
leave it
think
the
if
same?
you're telling me that we are allowed to vote on 25 grand right now to be, up to 25 grand to be utilized for everything that Fidel just mentioned, then I'm fine with doing it that way.
What would we call that? Associated costs in costs associated with purchase of the senior center?
For due
Potential.
diligence.
Due
Potential.
diligence.
Diligence with 17 Hardman.
So 20, the motion then, I guess, is 25K towards up to,
And up to 25K for due diligence on a potential purchase of the Walgreens property. Or the what is it called, the Hampton Street, what are we calling it?
Harden Street.
17 Harnden Street.
Yep. I will reiterate my second.
Okay. Any more discussion?
And I withdrew my original.
Okay, so this is a specific, and I feel like it's covered. This is just our only up to request. So by whatever isn't there, then select board gets it, which they would anyway. So let's take a vote then. Sean,
Yes.
Tom,
No.
Mark,
Yes.
Chris,
Yes.
Andrew,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Jeffrey,
Yes.
and Mary Ann, yes. So 7-1, 25K for due diligence. So I guess by default, we can just call it a formal vote for, what's the number now for water and sewer?
I'll get there.
Oh, I'm sorry.
9:30.
9:30?
It's 9:30, 3:14.
Sorry, 930-314?
930,
Oops, wait, wrong number, hold on.
I move to recommend the allocation of $930,314 for the water and sewer projects.
Second.
second. Essentially, it's just all remaining ARPA.
Yep.
Any discussion on that, Joseph?
I don't want to amend this, but do you want to have a vote or like talk about, like, if there is a surplus? I know that there's a small chance of any money coming back, but do we make a motion that would go towards water?
Well, we could just leave it to the select board to
Yeah.
decide.
Yeah, that's what it
But
is.
rather,
I don't think that's something the select board could vote and now. We could when the money comes back, if it comes back.
But
But
the
like
ARPA committee should present a recommendation to
Yeah.
the
No,
select
you-
board.
I
What to
believe,
do if there's money left over, like, here are things that we funded, here are things that were next on our list that we didn't get to.
I
or here are
believe
things
that
we didn't get as much
was
as we
brought up
wanted to.
originally back at one of our first couple meetings, that, we want to have a recommendation for remainder of whatever, so, I mean, that makes sense.
I would just suggest, if, 8 months from now, we find out that we got a grant from the state for reading curriculum and we can return $250,000, let's say. I don't know that 8 months from now, water and sewer is going to be the right recommendation. So, given that we're not sort of anticipating any specific dollars returning into select board, control in the very near term, I'm hesitant to make this recommendation. I think the whole select board will have seen and digested the conversation we've had and will understand the sort of spirit of where we are going. And if water and sewer is the right thing in 8 months, then, they're accountable to the voters to do the right thing with that money.
I agree with that.
Yeah, no, I think that makes sense. I mean, that's, the ARPA intent is that body makes all the final decisions, and there's probably gonna be there could be other changes with any of these allocations, and if something, like if the Y can't hire people and the money goes back and it goes to Reading Rec, but Reading Rec can't do it, it's ultimately all gonna come to select board, and, RAC will be gone, and they will make decisions and be accountable to the voters.
well, just, yeah, but again, like, this is money that would have to come back within what, like, timeline-wise, right? We're not talking like 5 years from now, right?
No,
And we know there's like 2
we're gonna
years
use
from
it or
now.
lose it
Yeah.
with the ARPA money,
So
so
there's, and there's 20 years of like water capital projects. Like, I look at some of these other buckets, right? Like, hopefully we won't need money
well,
for.
it could be that, it could be inflation on other construction capital projects that we're hearing about, fuel costs for the DPW that, we don't know what the
Trash?
pressing need,
Trash?
Yeah.
Trash, that's definitely.
So-
Yeah, but those are like more
So
operating.
that's,
not
but there
really
could be
capital,
some,
so.
but I mean, if there's leftover money and they have to spend it by a certain date, they'll be in the position to work with the town manager to evaluate where it has to go, or maybe the schools need it for something, and then the select board can give it to them. I think we agree, we don't know what the need will be. It may or may not be water.
just one other reflection, I mean, the conversation that we had before about recommending, uses, the uses that we couldn't fund that are next. Number one, I think we were able to find funding for, the vast majority of things that there was broad support for, maybe not the levels everybody would have wanted, but then number two, I think at the time we were thinking about things like some of these grants that were, in motion but uncertain as to whether we were going to get them, which had a much nearer term return, right? Whereas some of these other things that we're looking at, I don't know that we're going to have a ton of clarity in 6, 7, 8 months how many dollars are coming back out of some of these current allocations. So I'm hesitant to sort of bind the select board without that foresight.
Okay, so do we have a motion on the table for for 933.14 for water and sewer? And I think we're okay with the
Sorry, 930314.
930.313. I'm sorry if I misspoke. I have it written here. It's getting late. We only have a couple more things to do. We'll take the vote on that. Sean?
Yes.
Tom?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
Chris?
Yeah.
Andrew?
Yes.
Joe?
Yes.
Jeffrey?
Yes.
Mary Ann, yes. Okay, before we move to the rest of everything, can we give ourselves a round of applause? We got through. Okay, so
Where's our number 6 champagne cup?
I know, where's Karen? Come on. Or maybe I'm going to have to go to the select board meeting in person and you guys will drink to it. So, this kind of leads into the next action item that hopefully you've all had a chance to look at, because I think,
May I interrupt just real quick before
Yeah.
we do that? The numbers I was providing in the model to show the things as we were going through 900,000 was off of Model 4.
oh goodness, yes.
Do we
have
want
pick
to
them all.
make sure we agree that Model 4 is the number that we want to use? And
That's a good point,
the
sorry.
takeaway we have obviously is to make sure there's no other extracurriculars that were lost or anything else, but
And did we decide on a flat rate or a full replacement for the coaches?
yes, we didn't vote on anything. I think things were trending towards the flat rate, but we did not vote any particular focus or goal or anything in that space, so
Thank you for reminding me, yes.
But
I
we
think-
know the number we're working with.
we know the number we're working with.
Which is-
So I can flip spreadsheets if you want me to flip spreadsheets.
Okay.
You thought we
We're
were
gonna
done,
be here
Mary
till-
Ann.
No, I know, we're going to be here till 11. It is what it is.
11?
It's the last one.
We're lucky.
Well, yeah. I know, I had a note to myself. It's just getting late. So it's model 3 and 4. The
Well-
two models that include coaches are 2 and 4 or 3?
3 and 4.
3 and 4.
So I think it sounded like there's universal support to include the coaches in some way, coaches / extracurricular stipends in some way, shape, or form. So it sounds like we're down to 3 and 4, which means our decisions are going to be, A, from a stipend perspective, are we paying it all? Or are we paying some prorated portion based upon number of seasons or some other thing that somebody puts out there? And then B, what differential and community contact numbers do we want to use if we're using Model 4? So we have a few different things to decide there. So
I'm going to make a motion to start with that we use Model 4.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion on model 4?
What's the difference between 4 and 3?
the big difference between 4 and 3 is 4 gives a premium to people that were in high contact with the public, right? And then that we can discuss what premium level we want to give. It could be 5%, could be 1%, could be 100%, whatever. But that's the difference between 3 and 4, is it gives a premium to those that were in high contact. So the high contact people as it lists right now are the cafeteria workers, the paras and principals, the secretaries and teachers, and then the fire and police. Not the supervisory of fire and police, but the fire and police.
So yes, I'm in agreement on number 4, because like I said, there was a clear delineation between those that worked in person and those that did not. And that has never changed for me since day one, and it will never change for me going forward. So if that's what model number 4 is, where those that were front-facing, police, fire, cafeteria workers, teachers that were in the building, et cetera. Absolutely. Before you vote on this, just put yourself back in that time and realize your entire world you had no clue what was going to go on. And to see where we are today and try to make it all equal back then, there was other people doing stuff that didn't have to. I don't know if it's been brought up, but the firefighters had vaccine clinics, like 26 of them or something like that. They didn't have to do any of that, and they did it. So, I mean, for me, it's the clear delineation that those that were in person, putting their lives on the line, risking, even just going into school, just for secretaries and whatnot, if they were in person working, absolutely. There's a clear difference. So just really put yourself back then.
So Chris supports Model 4. Any more discussion on Model 4, taking into account contact versus not taking into account contact? All right, well, we can take a vote on Model 4, just so we're clear, and then we'll refine it. Chris, I'm sorry, Sean?
Yes.
Tom?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
Chris?
Yeah.
Andrew?
Yes.
Joe?
Yes.
Jeffrey?
Yes.
And Mary Ann, yes, okay. So now, the refining of Model 4. And what do we have to do? We have to scale the coach pay and scale how much we want to pay a premium for contact?
And for the low and high pay. If they still a number of things.
So I have a question on this one. This is recognition of non-contact to a large extent, actually, isn't it? These are things that didn't take place.
What do you mean?
So these
No,
are,
we excluded, you see all those dashes are periods where those folks would not have been in contact.
Right,
So the non-contact periods are not being compensated for.
right.
Got
So
it.
Where people were working from
So it's
from
when
home.
it would have been contact
Right.
periods, but they weren't because the season was canceled or whatever, right?
yeah, well, in this case, this isn't coaches, but
Schools
schools were closed, or
Right.
Town
yeah,
hall
or
was
the
closed.
library was closed,
Got it.
or things like that, right?
So the contact measure is more a time when they would have had contact as
Yes.
opposed to.
No, time when they
No,
did
well,
have
no.
contact.
The measurement of time is the in-person status. The measurement of severity, in terms of how many public people you're interacting with versus going to a private office, is this model.
Like, think of
Right.
teacher versus librarian.
Got it.
The librarian was around the fellow librarians, teacher was seeing, high school teacher, 20 different kids every period, masked. Even if they were masked, there was still more people in
Got it.
contact.
But, so I guess what I'm asking is for the coaches, are we going to find differentiation? The months I
Yes.
get for seasons, but are we going to find differentiation?
In contact, I
Yeah.
don't think so.
Aren't they all the same?
They're all the same
Yeah.
in that regard.
Yeah, but the coaching stipends here these factors are not being applied to the coaching stipends, right?
Sorry, I thought we were focusing on the coaching now, no?
I think we had switched. So there was-
Coaching's built into
yes.
Model 4.
So yes, I guess you could make an argument though, Mark, to use the in-person or non-in-person, is that, the spring 2020, the very first season, there was no contact. There
Right.
was no in-person, so you could argue that gets a lower number or gets nothing, if you wanted to. And then the other 4 seasons where there was contact, you were in person, get something in alignment with the rest of the model, if that's what you're asking.
No, I actually was suggesting that we make this much simpler.
Okay,
Yeah, I mean, to me, the coaches is about replacing the coaches and teacher and, drama and so forth, is about replacing lost wages. It's not about compensating for risk. I think, most of those folks are also getting compensated for, not compensated, but getting acknowledged for risk and exposure in the bottom part of the model as well.
Spot on.
correct.
So does that mean we're set? That
So-
we've kind of figured it out already?
I
So
think
from a-
we're back to the coaching,
From a coaching question, it's how much do we want to compensate
like
per
100% versus 50.
season? I think
Because
is where we're
remember,
at.
you can remind us, at the 900K number, the cost, if you do a certain cost per season, it costs are hypothetical cafeteria worker a certain amount versus another amount, right? Was that how we
Yes.
started?
So this as it is written right now, assumes the coaches are paid $250 per season for partial lost wages compensation. And then everything else is part of the greater model. And that leads to 882,000 is what the overall rest of the model builds. Now, we know we have to go back and make sure we're missing some people, so it might be 19,000 and 881,000 or 25,000, 875,000, but ultimately that's where it all comes down together. So I think that the next question for me is how much do we want to compensate per season, right? Is it 250? Is it 300? Is it 500? The minimum amount that one coach would have received was $720.38 for that one season of missed amount. The maximum amount is $10,075.70 that they would have received for one period. So to me, it seems like I threw out 250 originally. That's a reasonable number, but I can see an argument to go to, 300, 400, 500, but I don't think I can stomach paying everything that they lost personally.
No, that's-
I'm going to make a motion that we compensate coaches who lost wages $500 for the spring 1920 season when everything was canceled and they got nothing, and $250 for the other seasons.
Okay.
Second, I guess. So,
I guess I would just want to see Tom's number on that.
Yeah, me too.
let's see, that's,
Andrew, I think that might get complicated
Yeah,
when we think about like people whose stipends were scaled by the number of performances and things like that. I'm not sure that's going to apply as cleanly as it might sound.
I think it'll apply okay to the sports season, which was completely canceled for the spring, is my understanding.
the plays were canceled, I don't know. Like, I don't know, I can't even recall if they did something, and then that's the biggest loss.
So, with Tom's point that the floor for sort of what somebody lost was $700 and something, 500 was kind of the number that I had in mind. I think doubling from 250 to 500 and even building a little bit of a buffer for the handful we may not have reflected in here that we need to probably gets us to something like 40,000 for that total appropriation for lost wages. Moving from 18 to, doubling from 18 to 36 or 20 to 40, however you want to think about it, is somewhere on the order of about a 2%, a 2% decrease for what's left for the other piece. And again, I do feel like lost wages are important to recognize in more than just a token way.
Yeah, Joe?
And just to add to that too, like I still struggle, like if you flip this, right? I feel like we're already like kind of pitting people against each other, right? Which we were all trying to avoid, and that's the feedback that we got. But if I'm someone that like lost pay, and you're telling me now that I'm getting a token amount that doesn't even make up for my lost pay, while the rest of all these people are getting premium pay, I don't know how that's gonna go down, right? Like it just.
The thing with that is what I go back to. I understand that they weren't eligible for PPP loans, et cetera, but it's more of if you would put yourself back in 2019-20 position that people were risking their lives going into certain scenarios, and all they did was lose money. I understand that. I mean, it's no fault of their own that they lost it. There is the delineation between the people that were risking their lives as opposed to those that lost income. Now, I believe that we should definitely compensate those that weren't eligible to even recoup their income. I mean, that's a no-brainer. That's why when I started off, I said 67,871 and just be done with it. But I mean, I can see Sean's 40,000 being, well, I want to see what Tom's number on that ends up working out. But I mean, it's no fault of their own that they couldn't recoup any of that money. So
I think the thing is too, with the first year when everyone went back to school, 2021, yes, they lost their money, but that was something they anticipated. They knew things were gonna be different. It was more shocking. Spring, they didn't plan for. You could argue, like, people weren't even knowing if we were gonna
Nobody
be back
planned
in
for it.
person in 2021, so they would have had probably expected, okay, and maybe planned for, I'm probably not gonna be able to coach this team, because they had no idea if this season was gonna exist. I don't know. I just feel like the later ones, they could have anticipated the loss of stipend more than the
I think
spring.
that's maybe a little bit revisionist. I think that the decisions to cancel seasons and abbreviate seasons were made very last minute, yeah.
Okay. Well,
So whether people's internal calculus was the season's likely to happen or not is another question, but, I would imagine that many of these coaches were preparing as if their seasons were gonna be
yeah,
full seasons.
maybe. I mean, I think we were still wondering if school was gonna happen, so I wouldn't have counted on it. But
So just to answer the question, with Andrew's motion, which I don't know was it seconded by anybody?
I seconded it.
Okay, so-
He was 500 for the spring
Yep.
and 250 for every other the first spring, and 250 for every other season.
With the data we have right now, that's $21,500.
Might want to check that, because it,
Nope, it's checked.
really, so the bump from 250 to 500?
Andrews,
just for 1
Andrews
year.
only did one
year.
season, the first season, that was the fully canceled season, and then everybody, the other 4 seasons were based upon whether you coached those
Yeah.
seasons or not.
Got it.
And Tom, presumably it goes to about 36, right? I mean, it's just a doubling essentially if you do 500 for each season.
If we did 500 per each season, then,
I think your 18,000 here was 22.
yes, then it goes to 36, yep.
Yeah, and I would suggest we probably want to, have a buffer for 4-ish if we were to do that.
All right, well, right now we have Andrew's motion. Do you want us to still take a vote on your motion?
No.
or- No?
Can
Okay.
I offer is Andrew saying no?
Yeah, you could offer
You
a
can
friendly
amend,
amendment.
you can absolutely friendly amend it.
If Andrew, sorry, go ahead, I didn't hear that, Andrew.
Go ahead and make it 500 per season. That would be considered a friendly amendment at this point.
Be friendly about it.
Perfect.
So there's no need to vote on the amendment then, because it's friendly.
Yeah.
Unless
Okay,
anybody contests that it's friendly.
so do we want to vote on the 500? Okay, any discussion on the 500 before we take a vote? So this is a vote on 500 per season for sports coaches and the specifically applicable other extracurricular like band and drama that also had lost seasons. And we don't know how many that will be.
Yeah, I think it should be $500 per stipend, per reduced stipend for sports and other extracurriculars. So that would take care of, a sport that was canceled, but the person still got their full stipend, for instance, which I'm trying to, I want to make sure we don't overpay some folks too.
Do the schools have information on who got paid stipends and
Yes.
who didn't, right?
That's
So-
where the data I'm looking at came from, yes.
Okay.
So, just to clarify, where's that now? That's at 32,000?
36,000
36,000?
with the people we have in the pool right now, and there's 2 to 4 more people that might go in the pool that I can think of off the top of my head.
Yeah, I think we should assume that this motion means roughly 40,000.
I mean, yeah, because if you start thinking there's jazz band, I don't know if the middle schools have anything that they're gonna get in on it, so,
Depends on when the stipend was related and whether or not it was reduced, like Sean said. That's why his language is important in that regard, right?
yeah. So the motion is, on the table, if we're ready to vote, is $500 per reduced stipend per reduced stipend, so that would cover seasons. Because if they were
Yes.
expected to get it, Joe, go ahead.
Could I amend the motion to 750?
Any seconds on that?
So that's 54,000?
Yep.
I'll second it for a vote. I don't know that that's.
All right, a second.
Second it for a vote.
And
Yeah.
a comment, I think now we're starting to get back into this territory where we could be, someone that's working multiple seasons could be a very substantial number compared to other workers, let's say, who may have worked in the same time period. And I think that that's getting away from the spirit that I think we'd agreed to and more toward, hey, this is all about the full amount of money, and I just don't think we can go there. So I'm gonna not
Because
oppose-
some,
oppose.
all right, so because, well,
But again, it's, I just keep going back to, it's like lost pay, it's not premium pay that we're talking about here.
I agree,
That's the
but-
distinction.
And they
Yeah.
also didn't have to work the hours.
Yeah, I think you have to get back now to people who wanted to substitute and couldn't.
Right.
For
And the
extended
after-school
day
pro-
and couldn't,
extended day,
or
yep.
other things. And so now the box is opening wider and wider as we do this. I think we should be careful. I think 750 is getting a bit too high. I think 500 is a more reasonable number personally.
all right, well, why don't we, are we ready to take a motion on Joe's amendment? So then we can
We have the motion, the vote, you mean?
a vote. So Joe had an amendment to the motion for
To make it
Five-
750.
For, Andrew had a motion for 500, Joe had an amendment for 750, and that's what we're taking a vote on right now. Sean?
Yes. Sorry, no, on the amendment. No, on the amendment.
On the 750, Tom?
No.
Mark?
No.
Chris?
No.
Andrew?
Nope.
Joe?
Yes.
Jeffrey?
No.
And Mary Ann, no. So that motion does not carry. So now we're back to any more discussion on 500 per employee, which was,
I like the 500, 250, but I'll go with the 500 since that seems to
Ended up being a tiny number. so-
be, yeah.
yeah, okay, well, we want to take a, are we ready to take a vote on the well, so the motion is for 500 per reduced stipend, per reduced stipend, and that will work itself out with seasons or not. Sean?
Yes.
Tom?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
Chris?
Yes.
Andrew?
Yes.
Joe?
Yes.
Jeffrey?
Yes.
Mary Ann? Yes. Okay, 8-0 on that. I feel like there's one thing left,
So,
which
yeah,
was
the differential
the scaling differential for contact.
and for high, medium, low pay, right? Or-
Oh, I thought he'd set the bands already.
Yeah,
Well,
they,
but
they
that's
could be
not-
argued.
We
Is it
didn't
a-
vote on them necessarily.
Plus, he's got right now plus or minus 25% for both the pay differential and the community contact.
Oh, I
differential.
see.
Right, so either of those numbers could be different.
So I'm going to move that we adopt motion, Model 4 as presented with a differential of 25% increase for low pay, negative 25% for high pay, and a 25% decrease for low contact, and a 25% increase for high contact.
Second.
Second.
Any discussion?
So, just so I'm aware, it's the left side or the right side, the yellow or the
Both.
orange?
Both. He just, he
Oh,
he moved
okay.
all.
So what's
all-
on the screen now?
He just, he
Yeah,
moved what's
as
on the screen now.
presented.
As
Just a
presented.
a simple,
Yes.
So I guess I'd be inclined to decrease the amount of community contact based on some of the testimony we heard from, some of the workers are like, I don't want to get, this much and find out the guy sitting next to me who was determined to be working, a little bit more than me got, $500 more or something, but and it may be that differential is not that big, but it won't cause a significant difference in the.
I mean, if they're working next to him, they probably, literally
They
next to him, they
probably,
probably
yeah.
have the same amount of contact.
Well, I don't know, maybe, so in that particular context, yes. I don't know whether like a teacher and a para, one of them was, or.
I think
like
they
the art
probably are
teacher that
equal.
saw- Well, yeah, I guess if people like this, then I'll just be quiet and we'll leave it at 25.
I guess
Just do it.
you'd be thinking like, okay, well, it's, if we looked at the library, is it the check-in desk gets more than the research person? Is that what you're
Something
thinking?
like that, yeah.
I don't even know,
Our
they
teacher
probably
who
both
saw
will.
lots of classes versus the first grade teacher who saw only.
So just to address some of that, Jeff, if you're in the same body, you're going to have the same pay category and the same contact, right?
Yeah.
So where those things may come into gear that you're talking about, so all teachers are in the same body.
Whether it's first grade
Right.
or high school. I
They're
mean,
all,
you know,
they're all in the
realistically, it's-
medium pay, high contact body. All the
Okay.
teachers are. Paras are in the low pay, high contact body. So paras will be getting more from this model that we've agreed to adopt already. It's just a matter of how much more, but that more is not coming from the contact, it's coming from the differential,
Yeah.
right? So if you wanted to say, well, I don't want the paras to get much more than the teachers between their low pay versus medium pay, then you could tighten up the differential if you wanted to. But they're both getting the same from a high contact perspective. Where the high versus low contact would come in would be, say, a central office person at the high school who is in the central office, and there aren't kids coming in there, there aren't a lot of public people coming in there.
Yeah.
They're low contact. They're also low pay. So their differentiation comes between paras at low pay, and high contact and low contact. So that's where that's where the math comes into gear.
All right, I'm all right with this.
So
As
just-
shown, yeah.
Just before we vote on this, can I, because I think this is the last thing we really sort of have to vote on, can I just make sure, we're all on the same page for how this would play out in practice? So if we vote on this, on these differentials, and we sort of made all the decisions we have to make, we know what the total appropriation is, we know how we're gonna allocate by seasons. This model currently has numbers based on $36,000. If, as we explore those seasonal appropriations, we find an additional 2,000, 4,000, 6,000, whatever, I just want to make sure we all sort of understand that the effect that would have would be to reduce the 864 slightly by whatever that
I think
number
we
is.
know that, yeah.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we're all,
It all scales back.
we're all on the exact same page, that we'll be approving it as it appears on the screen, but that number may shift slightly and it will impact the premium pay cell D7 as well slightly.
But that's, in the end result, it's only a couple dollars per person
Yes.
on the bottom.
Right.
Yes.
That's right.
Yes, yeah, I mean, it makes sense.
And I tend to agree with the model as presented, like Andrew moved. I think I'm fine with it. I'm not worried about first grade teachers versus high school teachers, because first grade teachers might have seen the same cohort of kids, but they're not as good with all of the protocols as maybe high school students were, so we could endlessly bicker on
You're in
this.
person, you're in the high band, that's, that's the way it is.
Any more discussion, or are we ready to go with Andrew's motion on Model 4 as presented with those 25 differentials, plus and minus, and 25 community contact? Go ahead, Joe.
It's more just like a comment, but I'm just trying to think, like, in terms of transparency, like how we present this and message it, like, is it Tom's model, or like, sensitive, because it's.
We
you
agreed as a
did a great
group
job,
to-
and I'm just sensitive to, like, there's a lot of information here, and as much as possible, like, providing transparency, but not like pitting people against each other.
Well, I
too,
think we
so.
can get into that at town, when we get with my memo to town meeting, I think we were just probably gonna talk at top line numbers. You'd have a whole night of people.
Dissect.
Yes, that's
Yeah,
the
I
word.
wouldn't share the model.
I think we all agreed, we all voted to have
show.
Sean and Tom develop models that we would discuss. It isn't like, okay, Tom Wise decided this whole thing. I mean, he's presenting it, we've been tweaking
Hopefully
it, we've
not.
asked him to go back, Tom and Sean,
Yeah, I think for town meeting, it's probably appropriate to present sort of the principles that drove the model and, and a sample of sort of the outcomes, right? I think it's probably the way we presented it. I don't, there's no role for town meeting to play, so I'm not sure it makes sense to.
No, I was gonna try to kind of keep it
FYI.
higher level than this.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a long town meeting with other things. I was just gonna keep it at top level numbers, like Joe had suggested me when we get to that. A pie chart you know, the spreadsheet's there if people want to look at it, but we're not all going to be standing up at town meeting and taking questions. They've had 12 meetings to come to us to ask questions about all of our decisions, so.
For town meeting, the moderator has opted for written reports only, no verbal reports.
Okay, that's even better.
Yep.
So,
Amen.
amen.
So should we vote on the?
Let's vote on
Yeah, are we ready to vote on this motion, I think? So Andrew's motion of Model 4 as presented with Sean's caveat of the understanding that it, you know, depending on the previous approved coach things, this is going to get scaled. That's not necessarily part of the motion, I was just adding that word. The motion is Model 4 as presented. Sean?
Yes.
Tom?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
Chris?
Yeah.
Andrew?
Yes.
Joe?
Yes.
Jeffrey?
Yes.
Mary Ann, yes. Okay, so I think we are now done
Final.
with allocations. We have a couple more agenda items. I'd like to just go out of order, if it's okay, and do the minutes from the 6th quickly, and then we can look at the memo, just so we don't not get through the minutes of the 6th. You all should have it. I'm glad I printed it because my computer's running out of battery. Does anyone have any comments on the minutes from the 6th? It had all of our previous votes. You recall we voted on the Y at that meeting. And any comments on the minutes?
Jackie's minutes are excellent.
Yeah.
Yep, they're always
To
great.
accept the minutes of, sorry, the date.
9/6.
9/6
9/6.
as presented.
Second.
Okay, let's just take a vote on the minutes. I think we're all here, so we can all vote. Sean?
Yes.
Tom?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
Chris?
Yes.
Andrew?
Yes.
Joe?
Yes.
Jeffrey?
Yes.
Mary Ann? Yes. And just to be clear, why don't I get ahead of myself, and then we'll come back to the memo. When we're going to close out this last meeting, we're going to have, even though this is technically our last real meeting, we're going to have to approve these meeting minutes to really close out. Right?
Minutes for today, you're saying?
Minutes for today.
Yep.
And I'm not sure when we can do that. Mark, you had some thought.
I think we could schedule a 10-minute Zoom meeting.
An open meeting law has established that if your last meeting is to approve meeting minutes, you don't need to have a meeting minutes to approve the meeting minutes. So that meeting will be it. So there will be no need for meeting minutes of that meeting.
I'm trying to think of an easy Zoom time where we can plan to do that, and maybe it would be as soon as Jackie thinks she gets them done, we could try. I don't know that there's another meeting that we're all going to be at, like maybe we're all going to be at the financial forum or something.
Financial forum.
I mean, my suggestion was 15 minutes before the financial forum.
And so
I'm fine with that.
okay, do we agree on that? So I'll just tentatively note that's 15, so 6:45 on October 26th. We will all, I don't know if we'll be in person or Zoom, but we'll meet wherever the financial forum is and just approve these minutes.
As long as we get a
Financial
quorum.
forum isn't on the town web calendar.
It will be.
Okay.
It might be on the FinCom calendar, I'm not sure.
The FinCom is there, but then on the,
Yeah, I just
on the
know it's the
19th, but then-
26th. Okay, so then our last thing, and kind of closes us out, and this is just in draft form, is this would be part of our written report to town meeting. And I sent you all a memo, and it's in the packet. And what I tried to do with this is assume that a town meeting member does not know anything about us or what we did. Maybe has heard there's an ARPA grant. So I just tried to have, 5 questions, like what is it? Why was there a committee? Who was on it? And what'd you do? So I don't need to read through this, so I started off with the total amount of the ARPA grant. That's question 1. And I kind of, borrowed from publicly available documents here to just state what it was. Question 2 was, how did the ad hoc committee come about? And basically, I just quoted from the charge, where that's when the Reading Select Board, I believe it was February 2022. That's what I'm relying on my select board members. I think it was that. That's when you voted to form it. Then the individual groups came up with the members. So that was my only thing with question 3. I said, per its charge, RAC has 8 members. I don't want to think that people to think that the charge was to appoint these particular members. So as I'm looking at this, I might say comprised of the following members, and add a little sentence in before all officials appointed by their respective boards.
That's what you did already, you have that in there.
It's in your latest version.
It is?
Yeah,
There you go.
yeah, it is all ex officio and appointed to the
Oh, it's
respective
already
board.
there, I'm sorry, I'm like, okay, it's almost 11. So,
I think that's clear.
and
I think so too.
it's all clear?
Yep.
Absolutely.
And then, how did we do it? That's where I kind of threw in a few statements about how great we are,
Yeah.
where we took a great collaborative approach and
We really have
gained
that many.
insights. Does anyone have any comments on these sections? Really, the part I thought about would be, for question 5, what's the best way to give them the information? Is this spreadsheet too much? Should it
Yes.
just be a pie chart?
The spreadsheet's too much.
Yeah, way too much.
All right, so.
Simplify it down to what we voted
The
on.
graph attached to this memo is a break. Now, the thing is,
I wouldn't
I
even,
mean, I'd say a 2-column spreadsheet, a 2-column table, what it was, how much money that we allocated.
a
And that's
ta-
it.
a
yeah.
table,
A table.
a table,
I think we're overkilling. I think that people's interest, you can see from the pie chart, if you want the pie chart, how many items did we vote on at the end of the day? A dozen?
But, I mean, the $4,000 for the.
More like 16 or 20.
You're not gonna see that slice.
well, remember when we started off, we had
$900,000.
categories like buckets?
pie chart will eat them up.
So,
I-
maybe do we want to have a simplified pie chart, like schools, town boards, private, like, I can,
I just think, put the numbers with what it was and the amount
Ultimately,
to
I'd
call
like
it
to
a
see the
day.
numbers somewhere. Maybe they're in
Yeah.
the appendix, and
Yeah.
maybe you have
No, I think
pie
the
chart
table's
to
right.
start, but I want the.
There are tons, yeah, I think there are more than a dozen.
A table is the best way to present this
so
information.
a table which is basically a very simplified spreadsheet, like
Mhm.
a description of what it was, an amount, description, amount.
Description of what it was, amount, date, probably date we voted and the vote. 5283, 8062.
You want to vote on each one?
I think that would be something that it,
I could see that, yeah.
Okay, that means I'm gonna have to start going through all my minutes. Well, because I don't think our table.
most
kept
of it I
track.
have in the spreadsheet, by the way. It's already,
Does the
Tom's
the spreadsheet
updated.
had the date, but did it have the votes?
Most of them do, yep.
8162.
Tom's updated
Yep.
one.
Okay.
like it.
Yeah.
So I've done most of the work in the process for you.
Thank you. I mean, I've kind of gone through the minutes. I didn't think we were keeping track of the,
The early ones I
Writing the
didn't,
votes.
but
But are you gonna track both the amount requested and the amount that was recommended?
No, that's
No.
even,
Just the amount
that's getting into
allocated.
the weeds.
Yeah.
Just the amount allocated.
I think
So-
people want, Sean has his hand up too. I don't want to miss, I'm sorry.
I mean, I agree with a simple table, and I don't know that it's necessary to include the amount requested because the amount granted versus requested is very complicated in some cases. It's not just like we didn't agree with it, or whatever. So that's number one. And then number 2, and Mary, you alluded to this earlier, but I think the thing we need to add to this is probably a little bit of like, what about premium pay? It's just that brief discussion of how the premium pay allocation recommendation was made and what that looks like.
I mean, maybe it's just, we tried to consider. We tried to consider, reimbursing some lost salary, took into account frequency of contact and low pay, but trying to get into this whole formula,
No,
we could
just,
just have like 4 or 5 statements about
Yeah,
what we
just the
think.
yellow and the orange stuff that was up there,
Yes.
essentially.
Those are, I think, the 2 core
Yeah.
ingredients, I agree.
Okay, I may need to get another, I haven't seen
I can
Tom's latest
send it out.
spreadsheet, so that will be a simple thing there. The amount allocated, what it was for, and, you know, the whole thing, that the only unknown is the votes we took tonight. If they get changed by the select board, the final thing will have to reflect that. If the select board, and I will know that because I'll be at that meeting.
Yeah, I'm almost wondering, and throw it to Chris too, that we should have maybe a table of the select board action that was taken. So for example,
Or just a
there's
column in the table.
possibly a column on the table, so then you'd have to include health department and a few other things if we do that.
So that was before rec, pre-rec.
Right.
No, I mentioned it here in the memo. Well, now we're almost getting to a spreadsheet. It's just a smaller spreadsheet. The table is now really a spreadsheet.
We started off with questions here that were easier than the ballot questions, and now we're complicating it with getting into
I
other
mean,
areas.
I included the length of the survey thing here too. I didn't know whether you think that people care about the survey.
Can I make this simple?
Yeah,
Marion, I think you've got some feedback from us. I think this outline is very good. It makes a lot of sense. This is certainly something that we could probably just empower the chair to do. I'm not even sure that we need to empower you to do it. I don't know that we need to workshop this.
no, I just wanted to make sure you guys were aware, because I'm saying it's from me, but but this is what RAC is telling town meeting, and I appreciate the feedback. And basically, I just have to have it be a table at the end and have a table attached. And I think people will like to see, who haven't been reading all the Chronicle articles, where did the money go? Oh, the chamber got money. Oh, they'll probably, that's probably, I think, if I didn't know anything, that's what I would focus on, who got what. But,
My 2 cents, I don't think we need the vote set. I don't think that adds anything to it, just to see if it was 8-2 or 6-2.
I
or
tend to
5-3.
agree. I mean, I couldn't even remember.
Yeah.
I could imagine if you just put a link to where the minutes are in case people want to dig it up
Yeah.
themselves. Like you have a link to the survey.
Fidel, what's the date you need all the material by? Is it 25th?
He said the 24th, but
24th.
if we waited to the 25th, then we could know the select board took the votes.
I think midnight at 25th is probably the latest.
So nobody leaves the room.
Okay.
Just, Mary, I just say one more thing. Do you want to work into one of these sections, like the total amount requested? I know it's like a rough estimate, but.
I
maybe
can,
a number like this.
you sent me a message with that, and that was an early request, and I think,
I don't know what number
for
we
10
use,
months,
like
we
17.
met regularly, and blah, 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 and I think in that paragraph, I could probably add, with the survey, I could have a sentence like, initially, all the requests came to,
11,944,320.
oh, he had a higher number, you had like
We had, I
17.
think
It was
we had
much.
17.8 for a while.
Well, the
yeah.
numbers were crazy wild ass guesses
Well,
at some point in time.
Well, I think also though, initially the unions,
Yeah,
the police
some of
union,
them
the
didn't
police
even know.
union came in wanting like $5,000 a person or something.
750 grand.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well, we
so-
can take that into
Go
account.
big.
Well, I think that will have the public appreciate, we were able to
Yeah, yeah,
winnow
yeah,
it down
yeah.
and have the difficult process.
I mean,
It
just call
it
like
seems like a
roughly
lot of work, but I think it seems like you're going to want to do it, so.
Yeah, no, I can, it's an easy sentence to throw in under question, sentence or two under question 4. How did, because I said we had 12 meetings, and I could say at one point we had this, and that's,
Yeah,
Write it
initial
down.
requests of over 15 million.
Yeah, $1 billion.
Sean has his hand up still?
No.
No,
I see a little,
But there he
you
is.
got-
Oh, sorry, I just never took it down.
okay. So I think
I have nothing else to say.
that closes us out. If anyone wants to
Move to
come
adjourn.
Second.
toward any more meetings, we want to.
Is this non-debatable?
Correct.
Discussionable?
Non-debatable. Non-discussion.
Okay, move to adjourn. Okay, Sean,
Yes.
Tom,
Yes.
Mark,
Yes.
Chris,
Yes.
Andrew,
Magic.
Joe,
Yes.
Jeff, yes,
Yeah.
Mary Ann, yes. Okay.
There you go.
11 o'clock. Well,